Mutene wa, mutene wa. Mo ho e te rawa ke makere atu ra te ka wana ta ne. Ha ma ma ti ni tono tari me ratima. I te tari a su when Minister of Justice at the time. Quarter of a mile. I give you 57 million. No, he offered 30 million. And quarter of a mile, oh, I do dinner. And but they going to hold it. So he said, well, what do you think? A quarter of Whenua, quarter of the Sweetwater, quarter of the Opodi, quarter of the Vanti, quarter of the Whenua kato I reira. Koe, ka kapi de monina, Whenua no. He heading it up there, what TV. Oh, well, 57 million.
Yeah.
So I hope you might have big hui. Tauhena. And when 57 million boy. Well, kapakaru the hui. Nadi Kuri led the charge. Split. They tore the offer up. One no later, kamate mati, kare muri stela ka hemo mati ba. They killed him. You know, the people, his own people killed him, man. Halegi Ponek, later he had a heart attack, you know. Yeah, he was in Sydney on holiday. The water wanted to go home. Other one. So they did 57, 2007, 2012. 15 years we could have settled that. They'd got 57 million, they'd got Sweetwater, because I was lining it up for a big dairy farm, multiplex dairy farm there. Teneti Station, beautiful bit of land. Yeah. And the one at the Peninsula. And the other one was, I gave that, I said you fellas would have that, the Stony Better, you know? Stony Creek, that one there. Yeah. More the taha o himaru. So I remember it all. Know it all. But na Margaret Butu rao me St. John's. Na rao pokoina de tono maju. They threw it out. So you sit down and calculate what that claim's worth today. You're worth 150, 160 million in cash. Today value. So that's what that woman and the fellow in the Rawa cost the people. That's what he lost the case. 21,000 acres. Opodi was 21,000 acres, 23 million, which I agreed to, by value for the Opodi State Forest. I got all the figures at home. But when it did, that was it. And it's sad. It's sad, that's sad. Because the thing is, I say to them, and Matthew knew it, I say to him, tangata mo te ahu te whenua. Me rapa tunu koto e tohu mo te taha ki te ahu whenua, ne? Kare kaya. A mōmo te mahi ne. Ka oha mga rue. Engari ka riro ke ia the Margaret Butuma. Ka tu e rei kōrero. Oa kawhati. Rangiputa was the other part. The Rangiputa. That's
big blocks.
The 4 big blocks.
Big blocks, yeah.
So that I got the letter in my house, still at home. 57 million plus all those blocks. Sad. But he rang me and he couldn't get over it. He said, what are we going to do? Well, I said, there's nothing much more we can do. At that time, it was right out of Graham, you know, so Graham was in trouble over his income tax, you know. So it's only much you and I. So it's, what I'm saying, I'm coming with the knowledge of hindsight, you know. I come here with knowing The huge opportunity that was lost to the north. You'll never get it back again. It's gone. Change the government, different attitude. Sad. And they never got sweet water. Today sweet water, I say to them, would milk 3,000 dairy cows on it. Today Landcorp is milking 3,000 dairy cows on it.
Yeah.
It was my idea that it's took. Yeah. Because I was doing the same on the pork honey. When I built big dairy farms in pork. I'm only just illustrating, you know, that where we are now, we're on the back foot, eh?
Yeah. Very much so.
Because you got to strike out again. And what the Crown is looking for, he cope up with the Whenua. Me hoki atu na whenua, ngari e hea te kaupapa. E hoki atu ki te hapu, te whānau ki te iwi rāne. A kia ana e kāre tāia te iwi, ne? Pai tiro te mana o te iwi. Me no whata mai rātou ki wā. Me wahau ma te hapu.
Kia ora.
Ma te hapu.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
O nā mea kai te ora tonu. Te iwi ko tū pāpa huki ki rewa.
Yeah.
E moe ane. And that's it, really. You know, and I was disappointed in Rudy because at the time I had done sufficient to whakamana the tono, ne? O te hokinga. Ko iti ki awa. Engari ko titi hareke na mai. Nā te heringi. Right. What is the koko? So it's a big job, you see. Big job.
Well, you can see HORI, you know, I'm not telling you nothing, you already could see it. You've been keeping an eye on the north, I know. You can see now how fragmented we are.
Yeah.
Very much so.
You're playing right into the Crown's hand.
Kia ora.
Mātou Ngāti Pro, pēnā tono Ngāti Pro, you know. Te wharahi o Ngāti Pro, te tono ki te karau. Ngāri kāre o mātou whenua raupatitio, ne? Kāre nā whenua o Ngāti Pro raupatitio te karau. Ngāri tono ke mātou ki te karau. Nunu te ahuatanga ko, kāre makere mai e heringi te ahu nā whenua maho tini ke mātou. We've got plenty of that. We've got 1 million acres. But we need money to develop.
Yeah.
So I say to him, say the Crowns, I said up and I said, tēnei moka kia, koto ki te waiapu, hoki atu ki tūranga mā koto tēnā. So ka mahi mātou te kehi mō Ngāti Pro. And simple. I think the all up what it cost us, you know, for the top end, that's from the waiapu ki Pomoraparo, that whole block in there is about 600,000 acres. It was no more than about $30,000, all up cost to get it back.
Oh.
Yeah. And I ran the whole thing. The whole of all the land blocks, and fascinating, and we got settled. And I said to Crown, I want to be a programmer. Wai tapu no mātou tēnā, hoia nā wai tapu, nā here paurāko me hoki mai rā, nā whenua katoa I te Crown, te mātou. Another, o tahi rau million, we got 100 million cash settlement on top of that.
Meo whenua?
Yeah, from the Crown for our settlement. That's what I did up there. And I think the Crown only paid me about $25,000, if that. But mainly we were able to negotiate. Hey, you've got to negotiate. You say the Crown, yes, I agree to that. You agree to this. I agree to that. You agree to this. But you've got to know what you're agreeing to. But at the same time, you're stacking up the opportunities as you go. So the Ngati Pro Pukamoru came back. It's 7,000 hectares came back under my claim. Hoya was 10,000 acres, hectares. That's 30,000, 10, 20, 25,000 acres come back. Plus the Crown licenses up in the Ruatoria and up the Awatiri, the Haumatiri, Pukamoru. And all those licenses come back. And we did have our opponents, you know. There was Hapu opposing us. But the Kutahiton the Koro Yamato. Tai Yahweh Papa Gil Whenua, Hamamotoa. Kare Tai, Minoho Hill. No way. If you got no land under your feet, Kare Mana Yahweh. So, you know, my own interest, or people on Tuterangi too, to go for us to forgive you. Good kind. Don't know what to do with my mother. And nobody died. Nobody died. It's only 150 years ago. And really the same principles I'm talking about applies to you guys. Same, no different. No different. And then when I finished the thing, I never heard any more. I got on a plane and said, hooray, hooray, hooray. They took all of this and never heard back from them. I said, I heard everybody leaving it. Happy night.
Yeah, and the folks come to see you last year and the year before, and then right up until now, Hori, and when I rang you up the first time a week ago, yeah, we have already talked with Rudy. And anyhow, just the other day, I said to Rudy, oh, have you rung Hori? No, not yet. Blow me down, he did bring you.
Yeah, he did bring me.
Yeah, and he said to me, oh, why? And I said, well, we're going down. We're going down to see Hori. You too much muck around. I said, I've already made contact with Hori.
Yeah.
And we're going down to see him. And I tell you, anyhow, he rang, I was talking to him again last night, and he said he was going to the doctor, okay?
Yeah.
And we're going down to see him. Anyhow, Hori, prior to that, I rang for Matu Kaumatu. Ne, your matu no honei. Ko tohi mea ko matu ngā kai kōru mō ngā whenua, ke rari o tātu hapu ke reira. Harakeni hara mai pōrangi. Harakeni hara mai me ngā kanu I kapi. Me tō pātai, when you asked us the other night, ke hea tō mana. That's why I rang my uncle. And I rang my uncle and took it to a kana. Nā koe e te kai e tahi o ngā kai kōrero, nā eni, pāte, nā. Now, what we're here for is direction. And all the assistance we can get from you. Although you said what's happened in the past, that's the same pathway we're going to take now, virtually. Well, due to the fragmentation of our hub up there, some are wanting to pull away this way, some want to stay on the Te Rarawa, some want to go on their own this way, and with Rudy trying to keep the hokianga, kotahitanga o ngā hapu hokianga, yeah?
Yeah, well, I think what you're saying, you know, we've experienced it all the time,
Right.
and whakatakoto koto the kaupapa, ke pai the hae, the takoto the kaupapa, and ngā wari the karong, they'll listen, you see? But ka anō koto ki tai ki te rawa, whakatakoto kaupapa mō koto la, ma te kaupapa tūhono ia koto. Kāre pai te kōrero ma tēnā hapu, ma tēnā whānau mo rātou, ko noho ranga sira katoa e kukumehare. Ko pāhige ko tau tērā. Kau papanai ni titiro mo te whenua. He hata karanga mai e te whenua kia ko tau. E te karanga mai, nei tono hone tako tona. Nei nā tīpuna nā rātau haina nā whakaaro ki te karau. Barely 1870, barely 100 years ago. 1870, 1970 was 100 years. And 120, 130 years when you lost your land. Eh? That's when you lost it. You never lost it through the treaty. Eh? But the treaty gives you the opportunity to regain it. So you can't say, well, tēnā wahi no mātou, no mai kōtau ki kono. And tēnei wahi no mātou, no mai kōtau ki kono. You know? And kōra me tichiro te whenua, takoto te whenua. Te rui o te whenua. Kōra o te whenua kia kōtau. Anei, ki kone, ki Waipaoa, ki manga kāhia, hoki mai ki kone, ki kona kara. Hoki atu ki o māpere, heke atu hoki ana. Koina mātou. But te whenua tunu kōra. Mata hoki tanga. Hoki anga tunu kōra. And that's what the Crown wants to hear. One day with the Crown we'll sew this up. You know, if everybody sit down and let us carry on. Yeah. But I'll show you tomorrow. Yeah, it's a land thing. There's nothing else to bundle the whenua in there. Koe re ke te mea ke rapatu nei koto ke hoki mai kia koto. Ke pipi manai koto ki te whenua. Ka rea nā ingo o tō tīpuna tuhia nā pepa ki te kau. Whakaaro tērā nō rātou, awhine ki te wā, ka tā mai ki tono ke hoki mai nā whenua. Ko tā mai tātou ki tērā wā. E hara mame kōro, e hara mame kōro. Koe indu kōro kia Rima Edwards. I said, Rima, this claim is bigger than you. Don't put yourself in front of the claim. O koe tō kua ka pore te mai. Nō ngā tō, e tako mate ke tuku hoa. Rima. He's a young man, he is younger than I am.
Yeah.
See, but everything had to go through him. Through Rima. I'm the chief chairman of all that. So what have we got to look at? You've given me enough to say, right, we can do this. And just, we can write, I can write a letter to the minister asking for an audience to take us to the next stage. If you want it. And they'll say to me, well, what's the proposal? What's the proposal? And I say, well, this is it. And the Crown's keen to settle. The Crown's keen to settle. Now, you're in a position now to settle a claim that even you would never dreamt of. Even you would never perceive how it would look. Because tōku nei whakaaro I te taha o te ahu ki te whenua ni. Nō ki tonu te ahu ki te whenua. Te wā ngaro, wā ki nai. E ha ora no moko o tō. I te whenua. See, schooling, government's already providing schooling. Eh? So we don't attack the Crown on people not being educated. Wā hare o te kura, kare kura mai. Say it again now. So we don't argue about our people being deprived in schools. We don't argue about our people being deprived in housing. The Crown's not interested, but it provides for housing. We don't argue about being out of work. That's not the Crown's problem. This is not a treaty problem. And we don't argue about Maori in prisons. That's something else problem. That's not a symptom of the land being lost. And all those issues. But what we're saying is that we want to restore our culture. Our heritage and our culture we want to restore through the return of that land. Because the Crown will say, we vote education so much. Vote Haora, so much. Namibia. I had the money. I had to put up. Education is so much. Bigger than any treaty settlement. So we can't say the Crown, well, our people get no for money. But we're going purely on the straight issue, how you were deprived of your heritage. I'm not saying, so that was the heritage of all Maori in the Hokianga, not any one particular Maori group. And once you talk to the Crown like that, they will give you their top officers to work with. I can settle it from here. I don't even need to go up there. Yeah.
Wow.
Because from then on it's all the technical stuff, you see. Yeah. So it's not even, because I've seen it all. So it's just absolutely great what you can do. Yeah.
And that's the running of our Whenua 100%. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No partnership, no nothing.
No. See the thing is, I didn't say no partnership. I said you want to get control back, hey? The control comes back in different forms. Maybe a partnership, but you want to be in a position to control the partnership. See? And at some stage you say to the Crown, after 10 years, we want you to exit the partnership. Then you get total control. That's all part of this is all part of the package. How you look at it. So, and you can do a whole lot of things, you see. And my pursuit was to ring fence of the whole of the Hokianga Harbour as well, you see. And bring that in under the claim. And then work out the foreshore and seabed, your entitlement there, using the Hokianga as leverage to get that, you see. So we settled the whole package, the land and the Takimoa.
Seabed and foreshore, yeah.
I think I worked out the area for the Takimoa too. Takitaimoa, Mokoto. From Monganui out, and the other side of Te Ralawa, right out to the continental shelf. And that's what the Crown wants to hear.
Right.
See,
I've come down here with this bill. Now, I'll tell what you know.
that's right.
Eh? Mai ki raki ura I te hekoti. The whole lot. I hope tāna whenua.
Right.
I am 1 in 8 population minority. Rungai tēnei whenua. Tati katoa. Us. We have no say on, in, under, and all around the whole of Aotearoa. We've got no say. Nei mea o puta ngā kōrero, tū nei tātū mō āranga tika o Aotearoa. And then we've got no say on Aotearoa. That's the stupidest thing I could ever hear. Eh? Now, our people in 1835, because of the intent of these people who had money to take everything they saw and what, take the lot, they put together the whakaputanga. They came together, they clearly defined who they were. O mātou ngā tino rangatina. O ngā haputanga. They defined who they were, and they whakatau ki anō kei reira, te hono, tō rātu pūmōutanga i te whenua. Mā te wahine, mā te whenua, pa mā te tau. They'll die for that land. Simple as that. Now, we know what evolved. They brought in the treaty, and then they brought in other things, and now this is how we are today. No say whatsoever anywhere. Now, these treaty claims all of them, they were written and scripted by the Parliament. No matter who they were, they had very little or nothing to say about how it came about at the end. Because you read the deeds of settlement, you find it's there. All the assumptions, presumptions, all the illusions is there. Naitahu was one of the latest ones. We give you Mount Cook. That's what it said in that agreement. But they spun it around. They said, well, look at Mount Cook. They said, oh, okay, one from that apple, one from this apple, one from that apple, one from to run Mount Cook. Hey, they just gave it. And then they said, oh, hang on a bit. There'll be 2 for the conservation, 2 from the something else, 2 from something else. We found out in that agreement, Ngapuhi were 25% say. But they didn't stop there. Hang on a bit, that's not the end of it yet. You can agree on anything to happen there, the administration or whatever you get. But at the end, you've got to come here and you've got to say, oh, he's the Minister of Conservation over here. Now, it's up to him whether he agrees or not. That's how all those settlement agreements are.
Well, I disagree. I disagree with you.
Oh, well, that's the ones I've read.
That's your view, you see.
Eh?
I got a different view from you.
Well,
Completely different.
that's what I saw on the actual agreements.
Yeah, I got a completely different view from you.
And they mentioned the Crown, the Queen in Right of New Zealand.
No, you got the word with the core motata di Maori there. No, corona for my time there.
For that one, I just to
Well, quite into for Hoki Kiako.
Huh?
Tau Portuguese no takai. No more of it. Tau Portuguese no paike. Wharangi ka moe a hamo ki te wanga. Puta mai a Ngāti Pro, na uri o Ngāti Pro. Ka mate a Prorangi, tono taina, tahu pōti ka moe tono wahi. Ka puta mai, ngai tahu, rātau te noho taina ki Ngāti Pro. Koini te kōra, muna whenua. No reira mia, ki pai tunu te kōra, ka ia awai te mau. Ki ane, hoki mai ki paike, ka ia te mau. E hara no rāta, kai koeni waha ku te kubahare tunu rāta wai ni a rāta. Praurangi, Ngāti Pro ko mātara. Tai tunu kōra ku tēnā. Pēnā ia ko tūna. No hoki a hone heke. Hoki a pōmare, rātau. Rātau nā rātau haina. Rātau nā wana sita. Mohe o ketu rātau nā ahua pānki e te whenua i a tātau nā ninoi. Te o hoki rātau i te rawa, ko ki te rātau, kei he tō anu mo tātau i rima. Kei he tō anu. Te rawa te kohoru tonu te iru Māori te Māori. Ni hare koe nā whare museum overseas, pene i anu. Ki kiana te nā whare moka moka i. Kei nā mone, hauraki, te pai o hauraki, te pai o Ngāti Ao, te pai o Ngāti. Kei reiro tātou. Te mahi hoko na moko moka e mo te pū. Mo te haina tanga te titi. She's a wholesale slaughter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's look at it in the real light. What I'm saying, te tiro te kawana nā. Kai reira Shane Jones, kai raka tunu I tunu upo, ware he tunu mahi te. Kano ke mahi ni hoki bai whinu ka ako. He hato te tiko no hoi reira. Rāgo hone hare wira, patu ge ako, whawhai te kawa. Ka reira tamato te mahina hegi a para. No ngāti plau tēnā. Engari ko where the meaning of more education. And she's helping all she can to help marry education. Hegi, para. Ko whiwhi a tātou te rātūni. That's how we're going to do it. Those fellows get in parliament and they forget what they're doing. Tu tagari a shade I ngāti pa I tawana. I shade yours are hanging in the shame man. Maho yawe toi. Oh wow. No, I said no. We should have pulled the rug under Maturata's feet. I was there. So you got this element to overcome, you see. So I like to balance the argument. And all I'm saying is, if you want me to help you, I can help you. Because you've got to rebuild 100 years, 140 years of loss. Why do you get educated? Why do you send them away? You beat my daughter-in-law. Named after my people. I tana ho kama, hadi ho kama, I hele la ho kama, ko ato na tipu no te kai. Kamo e I tana. Tuku te mahine tonu at the college. And she went to Messi. Did an honors in economics and that. Today she's working for the big banks in Paris. With a portfolio running into billions of dollars. He Maori tera. Engari moho tunu te hoki mai te kāna. This is what we're going to do with our people. We can't sit down and cry of what has happened. But when I went to Rome and I went to all the museums in Paris and into Venice and into Florence. And the big collections of Maori artifacts were owned by the Medici family. The Medici family were the wealthiest family in Europe. And they funded the Cook expedition in Cook Empire. They put the money up. They said to Cook, all the artifacts you bring back, come back to us. So he went back and no artifacts. No tena. All catalogue, all name, no hauraki. No muri, no pauri, no rikurangi, no, yeah. But you got to know the people to get into them. Open the door so you can see them. And it's wonderful history. And so I look at it from that point of view. My view is take the broad view of it and see what we can do to better ourselves. You've got two people in Parliament. They're sitting at the back benches yelling at everybody and screaming back and running up and down the street protesting. That's not the way to carry out their parliamentary duties. You only antagonize the government. They should hang their head in shame. You know, pene mātou kone mita riri nui, ne? Mo tauranga moa. Ka hui mātou, hare o ka parikura, I te rawa. Kore o parikura. Ka he te mana o te poinea miti riri I rori awe. And they don't know who made. He's a bloody waster. Parliament. As what he should be there fighting for tauranga moa. Koe no ko mai ka. So pate mai ka ha to to. Ko to ke. Kai the haramai o kia koe, te whakamana, te tonu, te whakamana e waule, te arahi tauranga moa. Anei te peko, hainei. Hainei, ko ka Cullen, next week. Hainei the paper the band-aid. Whakamana, wow! Bau arahi rata, mo tauranga moa. Anani kotu. Koina ngāti prau kōrero ki ngāti prau mahi. Kare kōra hare ki St. John's. You've got powerful allies in Parliament. Use them. Use them. If you don't use them, I'm afraid you'll stay over there all the time. And my sentiments, I totally agree with what he says. But we've got to find the correct way. What is correct? For you people, for us, and so on. I got records there that show the thousands and thousands of acres that were still in your fellow's ownership in 1937. Tens of thousands of acres were still under the Ngata development schemes in the far north. About 100,000 acres at least in all the development schemes. What happened to them? You had more land in your ownership than we did. And we still got ours. In 1937, this is the record I'm going to put up on the board and show you tomorrow. And that's what the Crown will say. Well, under Apidalanata, you fellows had X thousands of acres. Where has it gone? After the war, it just disappeared. Dairy farmers, units, developing units, people wanted them, sold the units, got out of it. Or went nothing. You hung on to it. But anyway, kotaigi to what could happen. Maybe I'll leave you for have tea. We have to talk tomorrow.
Interesting.
We will talk tomorrow. Hui nei I tēnei rā. Nā whakaahua I whonei I tēnei wā. Nā kutunu whakaahua kia kōtou I kaikohe. Nō reira, a koina nā mea kei te pirangi nei ko kōtou āta titiro. Engari, ko hare ke te wā, ko tāme ki naini, ko tini hare ke nā kaupapa. Ki te kāwanatanga. Nō reira, ki muri atu te hui a kuni ka whakātua atu kōtou o nei whakaro, me peheana, mai nāni, ki ārahi ki mua, ki otia I te tono o te hokiaka. O tike nā mai. Engari, me kohu tātou I a tātou, kōtou rā. Yora the kaupapa kotai. Haria mau e tahi nā puka pāna ki te treaty, te whakatau ki Ngāti Pro, ki te kōtou te rahi o te nā mahi kai mua. Ki oche, ki tēnei wā. Nō reira, kia ora tātou I tēnei rā. Maoi karakia, mahau karakia me tātou. Nei, te wai.
Ana rā tēnā no tātou, hanako hō mai a tēnei honoretanga ki Wainganui a tātou, te whakamoe me te ki tō tātou matanui tēnā. A reira ki ai noi tātou. E te atua tapai kaharau. O tēnei mātou ko au ponanga koropi ko tēnei ki aro ki tō uaroaro. O te maha mui ki Wainganui a mātou ki tō moi ki Wainganui tēnei whānau, e noho neki tēnei. Ki ngā rangatira hoki te whare tūneki, ka manaki te mai o rātou e koutou. Kia koutou e ngā wairua, pōwhiringa mai mātou, hoki mai haere mai nei hoki anga ki koneki. Ko te tumara kia pātonu mai koe kia mātou, a te wāe o e hea toi mātou. Kia ia koe ne hoki te kororia tanga mō mātou, koe hukarei te tō mātou kai whakaora. Āmen. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Now go back. For Gwen to the mind in charge of that. Mama Tela, my cup of tea, first principle we got to establish is a statement of the claim in terms of the direction that we want to go. That's absolutely clear. In the statement of claim, you've got to declare what area you're interested in. Okay. So we say the area under the claim is the former Hokianga County. It comprises of 201,600 hectares, more or less. The county was born from the when the change came from provinces to counties, and then that was as a result of the act about 1865. So we had the county, and it's important that we work within Hokianga. Because the ri ne, the mohe was the ri, the rudi ne. No koto matua tera. Pātai te Pākehā ka koto I te rawa. Ke hana tarahi mo te kauni hera, mo te county. Ka hare rāta takahi te whenua. Whaka ingonge tēnā maunga tenga na maunga tēnā. I prefer if you not to write things down, but listen. Listen, because this is all the background. If you don't listen, you don't understand. Not that the material is all here. So you don't have to copy anything or do anything, but it's there. So what I'm saying, you declare where your interest is.
Right.
So we do not confuse anybody about whether we go to the Bay of Islands or whether we go down to the Hikuragi or Blenbury, Whangarei, but we've defined the area. And that area was established by your ancestors, the boundaries for the Hokianga Council. And don't forget that. Harano te Pākehā. Pātai te Pākehā ki iwi Māori I te rawa. Ka he tō koto e rohe, kore rātou ana, ke monga nui, ke monga kāhia, ke mea, ke wāpere, ke ōkai au heke atu ki te moana. Koe ana kore rui te rawa. Ka rūringa te Pākehā, koe na te rahi o te claim. So we contain it in that area, you see. And that's most important. So we say within the claim area there are whānau hapu marae and ancestral pā sites. Kōti tēnā, ka no kōrero mo e tahike. All related to the known marae. So kei kona nā marae, nā pā sites, nā urupā, nā wahi tapu, kai roko te wahina. Putata koe I wahot e hara no kōta. E te manga tangata ki te rohe, Takutai is 75 kilometers more or less. The ancestral fishing grounds extend over the area of 168,000 hectares. That's outside the entrance to the harbour. Okay? So we declare what area, apart from the 201,000, we're looking at 168,000 ki te taha ki te Takutai moana. So we cover everything in terms of the claim, to lay his concerns, what he was talking about. So I say the former Hokianga County boundaries defines a claim area and matches with the Turton's deeds, which are here. Those deeds support what I'm saying. Ka takahia te whenua, ka rūringe te whenua nā o koto tīpuna. Tōtai. Kore rātou, muri whenua, noa te koto ki kona. Tēnei taha tēnei tahara I kerikei me noa te koto ki kona. Anei mātau. And as well as the appendices and the journals of the House of Representatives. And that's where I got all the information. It's all written and properly catalogued. So what we're saying to the Crown, this is it. The Crown will check it and say, hello, You've done your homework, you know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Right.
Mm.
Next one. So the historical treaty issues we know, and importantly we must examine Article 2 of the treaty. Mount Titiro number 2. It is their wish and desire to retain the same in their position, but the chief of the United Tribes and the individual chiefs yield to Her Majesty the exclusive right of preemption over such lands. Quite a coup back here. Had the quarter of Māori Motena. I need the quarter of Māori Motena. I te wāia hone heke ma I te rau, hainange te treaty. But te pātei, koia Wikitoria. Hea mātou haina ke Wikitoria. Anei te whahoi. Wikitoria te upo o te hahine. Koia te upo o te hahi. Kei noho ma ingarangi. Tono whakapapa hoki tono ki te ihu kreis. Ka mautu wei. Koina da kōrero o rātau I te rau. Ka mautu wei he te wahi nina. Koina he mokopuna nā te ihu kreis. She was the representative of the Anglican Church. Therefore, she was the head of the church, covered everything. She was a Christian, directly related to Christ. So ka kōrero rātau, ka kai te pai. Kei te whakai mātou, māne he noho kai teki mō pōkota. None better, you see. Because they were reasonably educated. They'd been to the Nahaheda or the Mina. They were all baptized in the church. So they said, we will yield to Her Majesty, Ki Wikitoria, the exclusive right, which means here na tēnā tāna, the hoko, the rights, me hoko ki te queen. Mane te, ne? E ngari kāre ngaro tō mātou rangatira-tanga. Rere ke tērā. Tō mātou rangatira tono kai runga te whenua. Ki tēnei rā. Ko waraware ke tērā. So ko mau kino nge te treaty. Nā o tīpuna e tui, wele tui. Tui mātou ranga. Kora rāta ko whakai mātou te pōtae o te queenie noho runga te whenua. Engari, te tino rangatira tanga me noho tonu I a mātou. Kei te pēra tonu I tēnei rā. Kano ki ngaro. Ohi ki tēnā. Ko te queen, tino pōtae ki roho. Te mai te hoki ai no di hukaisi. No hoki te rangatira tanga, te kāwa me te kōria, āke tonu āke. Le, koina te kupu, homai te kraiti, kia tātou. And that wraps it up. So we don't say, kei te whawhai mātou ki te krauna, tāhai te whenua, te me. Wahi riro ki te krauna, whakaia o te Māori, he pōtai mō rātou, te tia ki te whenua. Te tia ki te iwi Māori. Engari, kauga tuaki nge te rangatiratanga, o te iwi no rātou te whenua. No hoki te rangatiratanga te kaha me te kurori, no hotunu ki te iwi Māori. Kei te pēra tunda. Anei tātou. Nā rangatira kei te hoki atu, te kōre te hekama, ko hea nā mahi pehea mātou. Ko hera nā kōrero me whakatawato ki tribunal. Ko haere rei te kohene ki te tribunal. Nā kōtou whānau ko tāhei te me. Kāreke. No tīpuna whakaia. Mohoa koe, ka tāmai ki te pō, te haina, ka kōrero rātou ki te pōhipi. Me atahaere. Me wānanga nge mātou te whakaa mātou I te ata. Hare rātou te wānanga, wāinga nui a rātou. Anei nā kōra, hoki mai, whakamaorigi. Ki te hotona te rangatiratanga, te mātou rangatiratanga ki te whenua. Kāere tāia te hoko. He hara mo te moni tērā.
Kia ora.
Engari te pōtāia te queen, pai, kei te paitena. Māne he noho kai tia ki mō mātou. So to me, it's a beautiful the way it was done. Yeah. Nā o tīpuna wera tui. He hara no tātou. Kāre rātou hare te kura. Engari ka hokianga ki te mana, ki te whenua, kāre rātou tukuna tuke e tahi ke. Engari ko tonu atu to rātou ringa ki te hahi, ko te ihu greiti he no kai ti mo rātou I te pina inga Victoria. Simple. So that's what I'm saying. And I put that there. And so when you go to tribunal, this is all you need to say tribunal. And you move on, you say under 6. Important land dates for this claim are the pre-1840 all land claims, and they're here. All the 1840 lands that were sold before the treaty in the 1830s. I've got all the titles there. And you say we want to revisit that, we want to have a look why it never came back under the treaty to us. See. It was in 1842, in 1840 they set up a commission to investigate all those old titles. And they were supposed to me horai rātou, but it didn't happen. Right? So 1860s, we get the Raupatu claims the use of the New Zealand Settlements Act 1863, the Suppression of Rebellion Act 1863, the Land Settlement Act 1863, and the Public Works Immigration and Public Works Act 1870-75. That's when you lost your land. Right? That's when you lost it. The doing all what of Whenua. So we say in the Crown, these are the steps. I went all through this at Hokianga. And now, man, what is his name? No, the old fellow.
Oh, Ben.
Ben Morang. Ka tue te tauto. Waina the border. So, and the last one is the impact of the tenurial system / titles on ownership. By that I mean is, when we, in 1855, the fledgling government of the day, the House of Representatives, decided that they would issue title to the land. So the people who get title got to pay rates, you see. It was purely to pay rates to fund the development of the country. So men got a title and they pay rates. And the early titles, I bought a copy here which I'll show what it looks like. And those early titles were under the title system, the registration of titles and such, issuing of titles. But you will find on every title is the Queen's stamp.
Right. Were those titles created through the Maori Land Court?
Yeah.
That was the purpose.
All those titles were there, but they still had the Queen's stamp on it.
Mm-hmm.
The Crown. The Crown was the ultimate owner. They can transfer rights, but ownership still rests with the Crown. Mary was happy with that, because ko whakārātou ki te pōtai o te Queen. He hara mahi tāhai whānau, engari. It was to encourage money into the area to develop. Yes, that's it.
Ino te mana whenua kia ia, ki te Queenie, e kono nei koe?
No kāre.
Ah, e kai tia ki ke?
Kai tia ki ke, I raro te hai.
I raro I te hai.
Ko Victoria.
Ah.
Ko e hoki te hai, the Church of England there. See, it was between her and the Catholics. Or the Americans, they were coming, you see, and they said, kāre rātou pirengi ki ngā Katolika, kāre rātou pirengi ki ngā Amerikana, kāre rātou pirengi ki etahi ki ngā wiwi, hara mai re. E ngāri whakārātou ki Victoria, e noho pōtai kai tia ki mo rātou. So, up here, where's our little problem? Is it cracking? Where's wrong? No, for soda, pointer, you know, it's got a...
Oh, yeah, has a pointed on it.
Yeah, it's got a point on it.
There one, I think it's not there.
Yeah, it was in the box.
Your box. Yeah, but this is not, we're using their equipment, not our equipment.
Whose is this one?
This is theirs because they have the overhead.
Oh.
Okay.
No, this one here.
Sorry.
Did you put the battery in?
Yep. Your point to work.
Alright. turn on. Battery back on.
Anything that's possible.
So what I got there, in 3 and 4, the dark line, is the area of the claim, the Hokianga, and there's the Hokianga harbour going in here, see? And the Hokianga extends right down almost to where the figure 7, see the figure 7 sitting over there?
Alright.
And it comes in,
Sorry.
doesn't work.
Don't worry about it. You're doing okay.
Is there something up for you?
I have a great walking stick. Who's your walking stick?
So these county divisions, are they still used?
Sorry, what's that?
Are these county divisions still used, or are they superseded by the council districts?
I'm talking about the original boundary.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to get this.
Yeah. The counties,
These are no longer extant
Yeah.
with divisions, right?
The counties are more amalgamated, but the boundaries actually, you see them, they still exist.
Right. Yeah, this one. Yes. Yeah.
Or rather bear the bucket. The boundaries might be the wrong way around. See?
Not particularly. But this is this one, and they prefer to use this one, which hasn't got one.
Oh, that's this.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. We're using this.
Yep.
Right.
But I think it's relatively clear.
No.
This makes it a bit better.
Rose,
Rose has gone to look for pointer.
would you just ask the girl if there's a pointer in this?
Looks like there's one at the front.
It
Yes,
does.
Yeah, I've used a few of those. I'll have a look, see if I
Have
can
a good-
figure it out.
have a good look. No,
Doesn't say it on there, but it looks like it, doesn't it?
it does look like it. Though.
So,
No,
No.
no, I went to ask if they had something else that was doing.
It's important, this map's important for the tribunal, because we show them the boundaries that concern us, you see.
Right.
And it's this dark line here, and it comes, say, to the, I think that's the Monterey Bluff there,
yeah.
going back to the range there, and it comes back in, there, comes back here, it goes back out again, and follows this line, back out to that point there, and it comes up there, and there's all the whole harbour there.
Yeah.
That's the entrance to the harbour. And there's the Waipoa in there. And we'll go to that, but it's mainly to show, and 3, it's mainly the Te Rarawa claim, which comes to this inlet there. You know, Te Rarawa. So the bulk of that area, including all the dune land and land court properties are there, they come into your claim, you see. So it's mainly for us to determine our claim area.
That's the highest.
Because it's important for that, because we can then deal with cross claims. You see. So if we don't determine the area, then the tribunal don't know where it's working, you see. So I think it's important that we fix that area once and for all. And these are roads. So the boundary is mainly there to, and all that's prescribed there. And into the harbour there. And I think that's Hokianga. I'll come back to it. So the harbour, so we're claiming that. So it's landlocked, and when they did the fishery, they went straight across here, you see. This is where Shane Jones went wrong. He didn't take that as part of your coastline. So he only took that bit down there. So you got your shares were relatively cut back.
Right.
Right? Understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And what I said there, that there's 72 kilometers within that harbour that you lost, which should have been included in the formula for the fishing. You understand what I'm saying? So that's important, you see. And that's what I said to Dick Dargable at the time. That the Hokianga was giving up that huge fishery to support somebody else. But when we challenged Shane, he said, "Oh no, we just came straight across at the mouth." As part of the formula to calculate your shoreline.
Right.
So what I'm saying is we want to discuss with the tribunal to correct that mistake, you see. So though we're just claiming the land, you've got to look at the relative interest in the harbour as well. If we believe that the harbour belongs to you, and I believe it does. So we so it's quite material to the claim. Right, sure. Now up there is the Okai House deed, right? Deed number 37. That's a deed of sale. That was the deed that was signed. And who signed it? Tamati Wakanene. Patuone. Makaraya na tu pa rangi o sami. Hopu die mo te mana. Na tu Newton Pakare. They're the people who signed that deed. Now, if you can whakapapa to any of those fellas, we're halfway there. You see? And this is what I mean about the whakapapa. But if you recognize, ko rātou nā manga I te rawa, ko tai ako to the whakapapa. And that's the importance of the deeds. Identifying you at a particular time when that deed was signed. And can you make it smaller? You might see some dates there. So, small deed. Up the side there's the Okaiau deed, and it covers, I'll show you, it's about 4,000 acres. 1858. That's 18 years after the treaty. And that is a deed. But the importance of the deed is to identify who you are and the area. See? Now we've got the area, which we'll come to later on. So the first deed that was signed to recognize your land mass was the Okaiau deed, Okaiau number 1 block. And Tamati Wakanene, he led the charge. Why did he sign it? Because he wanted the protection of the crown.
Aye. Sure.
So he's seeking protection under the treaty, because in 1840 they signed the treaty. This is 16 years later. He said, "Katahare the Taropatu on Whenua." So you got that. So I've only put that up, but we'll go through the individual ones now. Just to the next one here. There's the Okaiau treaty, the deed for the 4,005. That shows that. It's not very clear, but it's a yeah. But that's the only copy of the only map of the Okaiau survey. Yeah? It names all the different areas around it, and areas outside of that we're not interested in it, because we're claiming that as part of your claim. Right? Whenua Okaiau. Right, over the next one. Now there's the list of all the deeds. And And I'm going to dwell on that for a while because I think it's important enough for us to dwell on. Where's that in? So what I've written up there is, further to the report of the 11504, the landmass within Hokianga Rohe is now determined. We've determined the landmass. It is based on the land sales categorized by Hanson Turton, that's those deeds. Therefore, to add credibility to 549 and other claims, it established that the Hokianga Rohe was recognized before the 1870s, separate from the Manganui, Bay of Islands and Whangarei. So when you got like Rima Henare or Mehare Kotaita, he's wrong. Because we're working on this, you see. We're going back, and this is why. He can't come in on your father's claim. This is different. I told him, I said, you want your claim, I'll do it for you, but he didn't want, I never asked him so. Within the Hokianga Rohe are the survey districts of Punaki Tere Survey District, Omapere Survey District, Mangamuka Survey District, and part of the Herekino Whangapei Survey Districts. Those are the survey districts that make up that. So I say the Crown purchases ceded by the Crown by way of legislation, as noted in General Assembly records and Gazette records, are identified as the claimant's loss due to acts and omissions of the Crown. The cession of the tribal estate transgressed tikanga as well as the treaty. See? So we go back. Ohio number 1 block, up there, can you see that?
Yes, that's right there.
The principal signatory to that was Tamati Wakanete, 4,554 acres. Deed number 53, which is the next one. 53, go down, that's right.
That's good.
Can you see 53?
Yep.
Sorry. Was signed on the 11th, 1864, again by Wakanene, and that was 10,000 acres. So that those two deeds covered 14,584 acres. Then we go down to deed number 66. In 1872, the Karu Hiruhi block was signed by Makarena at Waharoa, 5,280 acres. The Alafata Tota number 1 block, Pehikura Hari Rewiti, 2,000 acres. Waitoroto block, Tamiola Ho, 3,300 acres. Waoku number 1, Naheta Tehara and William Po, there's 17,650 acres. That was half of the Waipoa. That was half the Waipoa survey. And the next one, Waoku number 2, was sold by the same people for 8,000. So the Waipoa covered 25,000 acres. And that's what you're claiming. Because we're saying those people didn't have the right to sell your heritage. Right? See, this is what I'm saying to him. He told not to Maori. Mahi te Maori ki te Maori, ne? What I wanted is to go up for the treaty. But we now have all the deeds to identify all these blocks. Right? Then we go to Aurua State Whararoa's block, 839. Then we go to the Aurua State Forest, SF. We move, and the Haurangi sold that, 3,100 acres. Now Pito Rua Tara and Hori Winiana, and sold at 898 acres. And the Whakarongorongo number 1, Tupari Raniera and the Momohanga sold that, 810 acres. Mananta Taraite block, William Fata, that's I suppose related to the Fatas, and Tupari Raniera. That was 2,773 acres. And we go over the next page. Next one. Up one. So this is still going. this is the importance of these deeds. Deed number 79, they're all in order. Kaue Ruru Wahine, Peri Te Huhu, Reihana Parane, 4,000 acres. Kaue Ruru Wahine 2, Wihiriki Hanga, 2,600 acres. Kaue Ruru Wahine, and they all join on to the Waipawa, 2,700 acres. Omahuta State Forest, that was Taniora Te Mato sold there, and Hori Hare, 1,700 acres. And Omahutu number 2 was signed off, and that at number 2 block was 6,000 acres. So between the Omahutu, there's 7,000 acres which should come back to you people, you see. You understand where we're going now?
Right.
Kare kōrero makatu ki te tribunal, engari me whakatakoto na pepane ke ki tei te tribunal, e heka ma, tika tonu tonu te iwine. But it was all in Pākanai, Hapa Kuku sold that, 8,900 acres. Pākanai number 3, Te Waharo Lawiri sold that, 3,000 acres. That's 11,000 acres in that one block. Hokianga district, Tawanui, 1,500 acres. Otangaroa number 2, that's where the part of the state was, 1,700 acres. Otangaroa number 3, Wirum Te Tai, 4,800 acres. And Otanga number 4, Wirum Puriri, 915 acres. The total area for that lot was 55,000 acres. So that's what Whenua the Whenua Noriako, right? And then we come further along in the old land claims, in those previous papers, there was the Neke block, was 4,000 acres, and the Horeke was sold in 1837 claim was 2,000, so 6,560 acres sold there. And then when we look at the Waipoa in 1874, Waipoa, part of the Waipoa, Monganui block, Tuapiro and Porore from Ngati Fatua, sold the Waipoa was 72,800 acres. But I believe that whole 72,000 acres was in your forest Roy. Right? So we say that what you lost, what we're claiming as a direct loss up to 1875 was 186,424 acres. And they're all in this book here, and I'll pass it around so you can have a look at the deeds at your place. Now that's the only copy that yours truly. But I'll show you so you can read it. This is for the Bay of Islands district. What blocks? What we're looking at? 78. See the ones that on the Kororarek on the coast from Kiriki, they were all in the old land claims. That's what I was saying to Rima Hena. I said you've got to be absolutely sure that you know what you're talking about. Like the Rua Peka Peka and all those blocks. There starts there, all high up. So they all go that way, see, all go out there.
Era ni.
And it's in Kupu Pākehā, Kupu Māori.
Wakapena? Oh yes, I'm telling you what to.
Hmm?
I'm sending you what to.
Oh, right. So we had just have a bit of a break here and study those, because this is what you come for to see, and this is what I'm telling you where your claim lies. You know, when it is not what to the ground.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, by all means, yeah.
In your experience, a title was registered under a name, eh? Would you consider that the first title that was identifying the estate would be the Wakaputanga?
Is what?
Is the original title before the derivatives were created under that title? So they had to create a title first for the country, being New Tirini.
See, that's what you call a customary title. This is a customary title.
For the whole country.
Yeah. So really, what we're doing now, we're identifying where your interests are, you see. You're specific to you people. And and what happens if you're going to put a blanket claim on, then you're up for all the other tribes and say, hey, no mai ko toki kono.
Right, right.
So what we're doing is we're identifying clearly what belongs to you.
Yeah.
See? And no one will dispute that. And it's a sizable estate and a valuable one. I mean, if you get the Potu block and you get the Waipoa back, that's huge. And the harbour, you know. Yeah. And that is where your history is in there. But we'll cover that in what we call your cultural studies, your claim. So we're moving away, not so much looking at the money side of it, which a lot of people are. We're looking at it, at the historical claim in terms of areas of cultural significance, right? Areas of cultural significance, and this is what this shows. And it shows that your tipuna signed it, eh? Nā tunu o rātou ingo. He ara ke oe tahi tangata ke. Mā oe whakahere a rātou. And that is important. Now no one can overstep them today, because they were there then. And that's what those deeds are. And what's the difference? They could have got a Maori Land Court title if they wanted, but it didn't go through the Maori Land Court system. It went through the deed system, where the areas were marked and by specific whānau hapu. We're talking about whānau hapu claims, you see. This is where the whānau hapu lived at, and all the rivers that run through it is part of their heritage, you see. And it's not like Manu Paul claiming all the rivers, but not knowing where he is. And you know, he was floundering on Powakani last night, you see. So what you got to do is, where he said, "Hoki mai te wai pau," ngāti whatua me putatu koto ki wā. And uho mātua, no monga nui ki hoki atu ki the mutu o the hokianga. And I've just worked all those boundaries out. See?
Oh, fine.
So that you concentrate on that. Concentrate on that. And that's where your heritage is. And that's what those people were expected you to do now, you see. And the Crown is in that mood to give back. See, my claim was for Whetū Mataro, and that was 7,000 hectares. They said, hori matua, ana moriat. So we're asking for waipawa, ke hoki mai waipawa. So you can manage it and control it. Manage and control and preserve it. Hara matapake. You know why the conservation department people. Talato mahi kohi muni muhoto. So you set up your own management team to manage, control, and take care of it. You know the taha tikanga mana the whole lot. And that's what you want, isn't it? That's what I'd want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got the two big blocks. So you get the potu at one end and this one. And the government's keen to see that happen. The government, of course, they've already done it. But they got to get no more help with the hat to tongue. Go ahead, pop on the tip. Call it open. And to me that was exciting because it was all on when I did the presentation. We should have kept going, but people ran away with their own agendas. You see. So so that's important of the deeds, and what's more, I got the maps. So I'll show you the maps for each of those areas. So this box. And when your people came to Ngāti Pro in the 1890s, hari a rātou o nā ingo nā whenua mahu nei a rātou. Mori ki Ngāti Pro. Ko ingo nge whaka tāpange nā ingo rai i nā whenua Ngāti Pro. Mga homi, o kai hao. And it's all through there. And in the Rongo Whakata Tūranga i Krem, there's a hapu up there called Ngapuhi. No kona.
Is there any maps identifying where the papakainga of our tūpuna were before the deeds?
Well, those blocks identified where they were. See, so we're talking about Okai Hao and Omapere and all through there. Tamati Wakanen, he said, well, this is the beginning. Then we go down the harbour and hear the people right out to the point, you see.
Yeah.
So all those names there, hori, ko rātunga ahika o ngā whenua koro nei koe.
Right.
All those names there.
All those names.
So those names there, oh yeah, that identifies the
Yeah.
killer.
And I got the maps.
Ah.
So you people got to go and that's what I'm saying, you've got to identify on the ground where they are. The historical importance, say. Yeah.
I was sitting next to Andrew Spencer in the doctors, and he said, and we were talking about this stuff, and he says there's one story that hasn't been told. Like my tupuna, he was sent from Otoa down into Hauraki to be the conservator down there, and he said the story that hasn't been told was that other people were sent into different parts of Irarama Hauraki to be the conservator over land that didn't belong to them. And how does one identify where they originally were before these deeds were created? Is there any record of that? Because I know my whānau who are claiming to land in Hauraki, they're dying. Because they're
But
claiming...
the Hauraki, see, what I'm saying to you, you know, put that out of your mind and concentrate on this.
Aye. The record.
Concentrate on this. Because when we're going back to the Musket Wars,
Yeah.
1810,
Yeah.
right to about 1835, when Ngapuhi came down there, cleaned everybody up.
Aye.
See? And that mama is still there. See? So where's the tēnā ki kona?
Aye.
Yeah.
But what we're going back is talking about this.
Aye.
What the facts that you know as they are.
Yep.
You see? And go and find where the relic Urupara and where the relic Marae were. Was the carved meeting house na Apirana tērā. So the carved meeting house didn't come till 1885, 1890. Ka tūta tēnā me te whare nui ne. Whare kai, whare karakia. Nā Apirana tērā. Anything before that, not the iwi Māori tū. So, me rapahara koe nā pau ne. A kia nei nā pau ko nā lākau tipuna I te Waipawa. A koina nā pau mokoto. Tāne mahuta. No mātou tipura whakaingo, ne? Waitapa. So it's important that you put a maunga nui. The one I just thought of was famous lookout there is Tutamoe. Peak that looks across the Hikurangi. Well, that was a great bastion, what we call a bastion power would be there to protect that. Looking across the Hokianga, looking across the Hikurangi swamp. Tutamoe. Haria rātou te ingonā ki Ngāti Pro. I Waipawa. Waipawa te maunga, te teihana kei rera, Waipawa, Tutamoe kei rungi a Waipawa. Waipawa kei kone, Tutamoe kei kone. Ko kita, mo heo mahi e tu reira. Ko te tohonga mo tēnā. Mo heo nā kōrero pāna ki te whenua. Haumi. Waipawa, Tutamoe. Kei kona. Kei Ngāti Pro. O koto tipuna haere re, pororaka, mai na I tērā mo.
Ana mahi e roto I ngā ngahe.
Yes.
Is it ready?
Well, you got to go and get it.
Well, no, you get it. Where's?
Well, there's a cup of tea, but everyone has to sort of organise to move over there and organise themselves because they don't know what they want.
That's all
Okay,
good. That's all
Everyone
good.
wants, and
Thank you.
and just
Help ourselves.
it's help yourself. Yeah, that's right. It's help yourself.
Great.
And
Toilets are
we're
just
going to have
down
something to eat
outside the
later,
door.
but you know.
Kia ora.
Thank you, man.
Okay.
So we have a break. See, what I'm saying is, I want to drive this point home.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, mātou nei, tai tonu ia mātou te whakapapa kia kote. Tōrero o wehota tūtarangi whiu. Mona haka mona te whata tēnā. Ngai, tūtarangi whiu ana I hono mai ni kore. Ina mai a tūpahi dio.
Mahi,
That's right. So you got to, so importance is getting this area. So if you're claiming for one particular hapu, you might be excluding your rights to the total.
Yeah.
Because Maori moved across. Kariki nohon kai wai kotai.
So you claim to the tupuna,
Yeah, tipuna. Yeah.
not the hapu.
That's right.
Otherwise you're excluding yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
You just made
So
your
this is what
claim
we're
null.
doing here. And this is where Ben was saying to me, tika the quarter. So I wonder, you know, we've got to do something while he's still around.
Mai koe hori I roto I mātu nei. Ke ngā raina hera nei mo te wahapu hokianga. I roto wa tātu tātaitanga kia nei mātu ko te whitiki o tūpoto. A ko te tūpona tēne. Ka niure te tini o ngā hapu e pāna ki aia. Tini e tahi ke kone. E noho nei I waimania koutou I kone. That Hokianga boundary is known as the Whitiki of Tuput.
Right by there.
And everyone can touch on that Tuput.
Yeah, but that tupuna is not on the block.
No.
On the record, you see, everyone's claiming prior to that, and their claim is null and void.
See, these are the only
Only what's
written
on the
record.
record.
So what we got to go to,
E mana koe ki ngā, kia tātai koe I ruto I ngā I raro mai ngā ingoa e tare mana, tātai to those names that are there.
what
If I
you're
can
saying,
tātai that tupuna back to Tupoto. See, I see his girl up there.
Yeah.
Tana kochu.
That's right. Nothing wrong with what you're saying.
Right.
Is when we do the historical evidential record, and this is where the fellow who works for the trust up there, you know, he'll be very good at it. Yeah, kōrero mō nā kōrero nā tipuna, ne?
Right.
And I'll spread the Ngāti Pro one, and you'll see where we went right back to Paikia, ke Maui Pōtiki. Heke mai ke mātou. Engari nā kōrero wena te kinaki wene. Kāre te whakahe tēnā. But what I'm saying is, they were living, they were alive, they signed it.
Yep. That's where it began.
That's where it began.
You can't go before that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely.
How did you come to
I know what he wants, but what would you like?
Yeah.
It's sort of all there. It's just new to me.
Oh.
It's the second time I've been here.
How do you think things are going in Hauraki?
Hauraki is alright. Yeah, I'm not worried about Hauraki. I'm in Hauraki. We're in Hauraki.
Aye.
But I have no problem. Like Ngāti Pro ki Haratonga, isn't it?
Yes.
Whenua.
Yes. Or mai tupuna tanu meha te moana nui. Well, whānau apa nui, that's way back that way. Yeah. No, up at Auto there, the whānau apa nui and Ngāti Tipa.
See, those claims are yours. They're over there. But what we're looking at is your Papatipu way.
Yes.
Which was it, right?
She's gone with the to get some lunch.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Well, 183,000 acres is not a bad start.
Exactly.
And that's just land mass. And then you've got the Hokianga Harbour and the outside.
Yeah.
Right off the Japanese fishermen. That's what no one can do. Fighting off the Japanese fishermen is the biggest problem the world has at the moment.
Yep. They were the first nation to go international fishing, and they were fishing in our economic zone. We were just looking at them.
Oh, they make a terrible mess all around the world. I was in South America last year, and they just moved down the coasts. Just massive walls of death. It's just beautiful.
Yes.
Te Roro claims that you've had something to do with that too, Hori?
Te Roro.
Huh?
Te Roro. Are they within this block?
All right. Waipoa?
Waipoa.
Yeah, well, well, what I'm saying, it's geographically it's still part of Hauraki. Yeah. See, when they did Ngāti Hau, hey, when Ngāti Hau did their claim, I did the land claim for them, and they cut off at Dargaville, you see, Ngāti Hau to Kaipara.
Yeah. All right.
For Sir Graham and them, I did the land claim there. So that was the cut-off, Mongonui Bluff.
Yeah. All right.
So what I'm saying, from Mongonui Bluff back and Hokianga. So anybody, any what I call a splinter claim, got to come, got to be, can't subsume you, can't override your claim.
But a lot of places where they colonised, they had put aside territories for the natives, like it was a 40-60 split.
Yeah, well, see, that's when this was being done.
Yeah.
The native reserves were being created before that.
Yes.
And they were done mainly where the Ropati, where it was taken by the gun.
Right.
So the Queen's instruction to Grey was that the natives had to be adequately protected and reserves created for them. But this isn't Ropati. See,
Yeah.
It was you're seeking protection from the Crown. And see, under that, because of that act, the Crown brought in that Public Works and Immigration Act.
Yes.
All right.
And that was the act. And you see, all this land were all sold in the 80s, 75, 80, all within 12 months.
12 months.
You lost a lot. Boom.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that
For protection.
that was a tragedy in itself,
Yes.
given the time frame. So we compress it and say, well, in that time, a native in Ngapuhi, maho pohara mai nei mātou. So that's all you need to say.
It's a bit of a protection racket going on.
Now, it was part of the Crown's settlement policy.
Yeah.
And each county was wanting to settle this land so it can get the rates, you see.
Yeah. If they needed to fund themselves.
But in the process, the Crown took land that it should never kept, like the Waipoa was a big 34,000 acres, but that block should have come back right from the beginning, right when day one.
Yep.
And same with the Potu, inland there. Was they're what I call the icons in your history. Tahaki da Kauri, ne?
Marana ke te ingoa tuataki o te rahiri Waimanaka ko Waimana te forest. A hori to state forest, makaoni roi te Crown.
Well, that's how it went. Just a stroke of the pen and a few thousand coins, pounds.
If that
Yeah.
was compensation.
And the whole of that Waipoa was sold in Auckland. Yeah, those people, those two fellows went to Auckland and signed the deeds in Auckland. You see in those deeds where they were signed. And that's all the evidence you need, really,
Te matame.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see how this could flow through. If what you've got there is endorsed, ki te ngā ingoa ra, ka niona ngā ingoa ke toru e whāpea, e tānau I te whakapapa I e rā ingoa, ngari hoki muri ke, nā tana hoki ngā tupuna, e hono ana ko e ni ngā tamariki o ngā tupuna e koro nei.
Tika
Ai. Nā te I can see this can flow through.
Yeah, it is very important. Yeah, it's very important for you people to do that. But in those deeds, it's got more. I only put two names up there. There's a whole lot of them. When you look at those deeds, that where I showed you that there's some of them got 8 or 9 or 10 names. You see. Yeah. But that's this is sufficient to put to the Crown. And we can go into the detail later if we need be. You see?
Kia ora, Hori. Kia ora.
See, the thing is, if you go back to our tipuna, the average life would have been about 42, 43. So they didn't have a life for long span. They had no written language. They had no written record. What it was not the court at all. So those who took the word kept it to suit themselves, you see. So what I'm saying, when the Crown said, who are the people who are the rightful owners to these blocks? Those are the ones who put their hand up. Was tai arata the whakapapa, the warata, tipu no heke mo heke arata. It was never challenged, you see. Never challenged by anyone. So what I'm saying, you owe them a lot. You owe them a lot because see, whereas us in Ngāti Pro, I got a title deed here for Mataka, one of the first title deeds issued by the court. And this is an important one because what the court did, it put everybody in a particular land block, you see? And that's an important one which will show the tribunal to remind them that that was the old native land court deed. And it shows memorial of ownership and the memorial of the people on and who their tribes were and what. That didn't happen here, you see? Yeah. So you are denied this right. See, this was May 1875. May, same time as that. The Crown had the knowledge They had this knowledge, but you were denied it. You have a look at it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a deed like that. It would have been like this.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
But you need me to talk that because I know what I'm talking about. You know?
Sure. Right.
You've got to be able to produce the evidence. So I'll produce a title showing a genuine title produced, and that's how yours should have been. All people named in the land. But that didn't happen here. They got a deed, which is a different system of recording transfers.
Right.
An archaic system belongs to the William the Conqueror, 1066.
Sure.
But how is the people to know what a moil? That's the proper title deed. That's how it should look.
And what's that called, Hori?
That's a
Nate? Eh?
that's a proper title deed
Title, aye.
Oh, title deed.
issued by the native
Mama.
land court for and on behalf of the people. And it's got the Queen's coat of arms on it across the top.
Yeah. The seal.
People gladly they go there and they show Koilata. Well, from my point of view, all my tipuna in there. You see.
Would it be
Manai para iri tana au kamanga ni ingo tene. Kai kona rata. Ane mata.
Sure.
if we understand the bottom line of conveyancy, all
Yeah.
they're doing is conveying the shadow or the legal title,
That's what I'm saying.
and we still own the interest in
Well,
the
that's what
equitable
this is
title.
virtually.
Right.
But what the beauty of this is that we now have a record of who was
Yeah, you
there
got visual
on that
evidence
day.
here. Yeah.
That's right.
You're right. Right.
Aye. So no matter... Oh,
No, I'm just saying now we need to leach ourselves into that papa.
Mm.
yep. From there forward.
From there back. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, forward.
Tau mata marai. Wai mana na pidam nei hua ko hikurang. Tuhidang. Na tuhidang I khatara tomara.
Hori, was that noticed by you that the Hokianga boundaries, no doubt the Moanui and the Whangaroa and the
Yeah.
Bay of Islands, all their boundaries changed over time?
Now once
Or
they were
they do.
fixed, that was it.
Right.
But you know, you're getting today work like Auckland City where all the boundaries are being disappear, and they're creating super cities and all this. And it's happening all around, you know, out at the round Whangarei, you know, they're changing the boundaries. But what we've got to go back is what was the original boundaries and what Maori understood at that time.
Sure.
That's important.
So, regardless of what happens today, Hori, you know, te whakamini o ngā kaunera, well, under the Far North District Council scheme, it's an amalgamation of all
That's
those
right.
authorities we're
That's
talking
right.
about, all those boundaries.
Mm.
So, they can shift the quarter, but they can't shift the boundary.
That's right.
Kia ora.
And you can't shift your tō mana ki te whenua. Ka reira tunu te mana, rangatira tanga tunu kai reira tunu. Ka re tae te hora. See, because I'll show you on the sides, we've got the maps on them, see? Yeah.
Tana te pune kona na hona mohi tapa.
Want to flick through a couple more?
Is that-
Do you want to continue?
Oh, no. I just want to absorb this title business. It's important. The difference between a deed and a proper title. So what I'm saying is, the Crown denied you the right to have your land blocks go through the Maori land court, native land court system.
Kia ora.
So the people, so the whānau, hapu whānau can be identified with that land. Pera tera.
Yeah. Ke konanga mana, na.
Kia nei te mea nui rā ko te whānau ne.
Right.
O tēnā whānau. Ka tū ka tōpūnge e ko noho he hapu. Ne. Ka tōpūnge nā hapu i raro te iwi, e he kama. Koe te iwi. Ne. Karea ngāti prau kore rana mo te iwi ne. Kore ro atu. Kore tonu māta mo te hapu mo te whānau.
Hapu rana,
Me horoi atu te iwi. Koina te kore kia rima. E te kore e Ngapuhi, iwi Ngapuhi, a te rama. Ware, panai o wena kore riwa. E te takahei koe te mana o te hapu me te whānau. You gotta come back to that. Mātou te kai kore ne, mo te iwi. Kore, nā whakapapa, nā iru nā parai, kore nā pāta. Oe atu nā iwi mo nā uru pā wena.
Ai.
Koa hara mai kone kore nā whena iwi ke mata. Oe atu ki nā uru pā. Koe nā wahi mo rātou. Nā koi iwi.
Ai, tuturu tēnei no, e kōu.
Yeah. Oe atu nā koi iwi e. Koe nā hura pange rātou. But do you see these fellas talking? They're talking to their holding their head.
Wow. Mape nene taku mokopuna ko hare te kuro ko mama kia o aha taku iwi.
Yeah. Oh.
Kamatu e.
Me kore koe me hara ki nā urupa.
Ai. No. Nā tōna horakau kei te mama kei kia tātou.
The Māori Land Court operations changed their hori, and they must change to really suit themselves. It wasn't to
Well,
suit
the Maori Land Court became the Native Land Court became the Maori Land Court. Native Land Court tried to do an honest job of recording who the people were, and the records are very good, but you people haven't got those. You see, that makes it very difficult. But this is the only way we can build on it. Like you're saying, ala te tipu na ala te tipu. Pena ia pen ma na te tipu. Hai te pai ke ora tunu kota. That's the important one.
And it's quite useful because it takes you back in one jump
Yeah.
to the
Just
point
boom.
in time. Boom, boom.
That's
And
a
you
good,
always-
that's a good head start there, mate.
But it's quite useful because there's a lot of mess in between.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One leap of faith.
absolutely identifiable. Eh?
Yeah, that's the great leap.
Yeah.
Ai tēnā. Ki tāna tengo wide mu titore kona.
Yeah.
Ai, ngā whananga mate, ngā tūpuna katoa e.
I see tupotos wife of Peru. Kau.
Yeah.
Ai.
Nā pena katoa nei. Ki ngā penu o kai haunaka. Horiro katoa mai.
So basically, there had to be a crown title created before there could be a deed of conveyancing. If there's no crown grant, crown title, and it was only done for a deed, that deed is null and void.
Well, no, the deed identifies an area of land which is useful to you because that allows you to papa back to that area of land.
Right.
So, and whether it was taken or not, it was clearly taken in strange circumstances, to say the least, related to the Immigration Act and the Public Works Act. And all in 1 year.
1 year.
1 year. Boof, they didn't say
That's
it anymore.
unreal, isn't it?
Yeah, and so quite clearly it was an administrative
Yeah.
act
Executive
of
order.
recuperation for whatever reason at the time that was not necessarily fulfilled. Not all of that could be a railway line.
So
I mean, all that sort of thing has happened for years, you know, and no, there wasn't a reserve built on it, you know, for the good of all the people, no.
Right.
So, and the thing is, so you take yourself back to that solid area, which is rather large.
yes.
So I'm trying to get an understanding. So basically, a deed is a transfer of a claim
That's right.
for a value. It's nothing more than that. So if the person didn't have the proper claim, the deed's invalid, and that's the basis of this.
And every time you raise the deed with the the crown shivers. Because because they say, oh no, they sold it, and there's more to it than that.
It's a pretend
Right,
title.
right.
You could spend a half a day talking to the tribunal on the deeds, and compare the deed system with what is rightfully what's your rights under a normal native land court adjudication.
Yep.
Listening to the previous meetings with the tribunal, a lot of questioning is done by the tribunal representatives. The cross-examination, to me, a lot of it is totally irrelevant.
That's right.
And to me, they're going 100 miles an hour trying to justify their existence there. Well, that's why I said, because some of the questions I seem to think that it only can come from the tangata whenua, and that following the tribunal is playing that part.
Yeah.
In some of the questions.
The mate hoki na tangata Māori I runga the tribunal, e kore mohe o blockage. That's why the Crown like him. But they, kare rātou mohe mo nā kōrero pēnei. Koe reke te re, mena roe. Kare mo I rātou te kupu nei. Wairua tanga o te kupu.
So when the tribunal see a document like this going before them, there's no room to question.
No, they can't dive under the table. See, we got the record of it. And the other thing, very important, it identifies who you are. You see? Ka tū koe te kore, anā tuku tīpuna, anei te whakapapa. Stai tonu te kore. Mā oi whakahe.
Without that, you don't exist.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, yes, without the whakapapa.
Yep.
So it's
That
important.
was...
Actually, when I did this, I was quite excited. I thought, well, your whole case is open and closed.
Oh.
But Rudy kept saying, this is so... I said, Rudy, this is bigger than you are.
Yeah. It's our leadership
E hara
that's
mo te
failing.
kotahi o te tangata, kotahi, mana arahi a koto. Me whakatōpū koto I a koto. Ko māmā te mahine. You've got to do it that way, otherwise you'll be sitting around there for another 50 years.
Yes.
Mm.
And the vast majority of settlements have been done now. They're finished in June and all paid out within 2 years.
Mm.
40 majority.
Mm.
Yeah.
See, your fellow's claim in 205, I reckon I could have settled it by 207. Easy. Well, the Tauranga claim, we didn't start till 2009, 2010, and I settled it in July of 2012.
Signed off.
Total settled, woe to go. But here you are, you people I see on television, right to a sunny boat, the boat out there.
Yeah.
They're just fighting over positioning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone's jockeying for position.
Yeah.
Because the claim is bigger than the individual.
That's what it is. Jockeying for position.
And
Well, we'll go on to the next one.
Okay.
We've got I think the maps now. It's lucky I kept all this stuff, you know.
oh,
I was
We're
ready.
doing a bit of a clean out.
I was going to dump it all. Well, ko hoa the hoki mai. Ko ora ke te hoa ako. He said, no. Because I got a box full of it. But now I can see we can enter into direct negotiations to settle.
Okay, how?
Yeah, now go forward. Now, that's the Omataroa block. And you can see the boundary, the river boundaries for it. That's one of those certain deeds. Mangi Yangi block there, next to it. Muthawero here block, Pupuke block. And there's the Mangapapa River. Waitahoto block. And the other one is Waipara River. See the Waipara River there? Do you know where that is? Waipara River. Mm. But we can transpose that to a map and pick them up. Go to the next one, yeah? That's no,
Sorry,
beautiful. You can't rotate it around.
No, Pippa
Sorry.
Tall.
No. We did this real fast. When you were coming.
But doesn't matter. You can identify where that is. That's a bit those areas, see, and all those boundaries. When they did the boundary, the Māori no rata te whenua na rata takai na te ri ne kora nei rata te ri o te whenua. And that's 895 acres, and we got the tipuna there, the deed there, you see. Next one, there's the Omata Road block there. There's the way Tahoto block, 7,590 acres. And there's the Waipara River. And you've got to identify where that river is, and you're home and host. And you can transfer that. Because the river's never changed, it's still there now. Right. And there's the Whakarongo number 1 block, 810 acres. There's Okaihau block number 2 up to the north of it. See? So we see the Tipuna's names there, and there's the, what's the name of that river?
Whenua?
No, Utukura River.
Alright,
Yeah. So it's there, you see. And that's part of our claim, part of the deeds. Move on next one here. There's the Okaka block.
Next one?
Waimahalang, native land, Utukura, yeah. Go on next one. Umabere block. That's Whenua block, 1,300 acres. And there's the Puke Wharariki block next door. There's the Mangatala block. Waikura block. You see these blocks all joined. They go back one, or go back one. Now come down. Go to the next one. The HORI block.
Okay, yeah.
You know where that is? 892 acres. The boundary is the pretty Nucky River. See? Our rural block, 3,100 acres. And all those little, where they chain the block, there's numbers on it. Where the survey dragged the chain. Yeah. Kawakawa Creek. Next one. Farwell block. See, on the east side was still native land. Next one here. Wildwood number 1, that's going out to the Waipawa block. See the Waipawa next door to it?
Yeah.
And that's all that big bush block, you know, native bush. Wow. There's a marae in there somewhere, isn't there? There's a marae somewhere, I don't know, towards the coast there.
Oh, I'm not talking about one.
That's Wildwood number 1. See, that's 8,000, 5,000 acres. Big block.
3, 2, 1.
It boundaries the Waipawa anyway. There's number 2. There's 17,000 acres between 25,000 between those two blocks. And they run back to the Waipawa when you look at it, you know, on the ground. Yeah. Still a lot of native bush, eh?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
See, I'd be proclaiming all that because you're not tramping on anyone's corns, you know. You're not tramping on park air titles and things like that. Our Tata Totala, number 1. Tawa River. Unapitere River. Karuhi.
Aruhiruhi, nai, tässä on Auhiri.
You know where that is?
Ai.
Yeah, well that's it. Just walk out. Ah, go back, Georgia. That one there. No. So where they got the, up there on top there, Hoki on the river?
Ai. Oho, mutta nyt piti,
In the old days they called that harbour a river.
Ai.
Right.
And that's the harbour, you see.
Yeah.
And that's coming in off the harbour. It's they're very good maps for identifying the land blocks, you know.
Ai.
Actual survey. Those survey titles are in the archives. That's the Hokianga district, Kawe
Kalururu, Ahine.
Oto. Takana.
No, kun jos sinä tein olette työhin o test.
2000. See, all those blocks were surveyed to the rivers, eh?
Ai.
It's an important, so the water, this is what I'm saying, the importance of the rivers.
Hommotunnotunnakin aamu.
Yeah. To each block, and the people, otherwise they'd just be square blocks.
Ai.
And the people say, I made it as a he. Yeah. We're not each other.
Did it?
Big block, that one. This is like Kupuki. Oh, Mahut. This is all Mahut block, eh? This one there. That's number 2, Oman, 6,000 acres. See, those 2 blocks should come back. They're all in Cody, yeah. Many Cody.
Yeah.
Cody.
Ai, Omahalta.
Yeah, they're still in Days Bay.
Ai, really?
See, when we come back and talking about what you're saying, we want the land returned. Then it's easy enough to value the trees, the Wario and Alako, and once we value, that'll be our next step, is to value the trees to a market value. But if they're going to become a heritage value, and that's your value contributing to the heritage, and therefore you need to be compensated for that. That's the beauty of, that's where your negotiations come in. See, so we say we want the land back, and because if it's there for the enjoyment of the nation or to grow carbon credits, we can measure all that and put that as a plus to the claim. And I'll come to that later on when we determine what we want in terms of value. Right? That's a good one. Pukehuia, you know where Pukehuia is?
Pukehuia.
Out of home. Go next one. Pakanai? Next one.
Sorry.
Pakanai number 3, yeah. 3,000 acres. Yeah. Otangalo. We know where that is. Otangalo number 2. Mangakino. Kotana Road number 3.
Big books.
Big block, yeah.
Huge.
Keep rolling. Number 1 block. There's that Takanga block. Moitavi. Number 1.
Ah,
Ah, this is the
this
tables.
This is the tables, which are a bit difficult.
But, oh, they're here. I've got them
You've
here.
got them there. Yeah, that'll be possible too. You need to explain them more than anything else. Yeah. That's it, because we need these. We needed to fish up the original. Oh, yippee. Cup of tea down here in the corner.
Thank you.
The tables anyway, I only just confirmed from the AHRs what we showed on that table, showing all the blocks that were sold in the deeds. So it's all there. Regina, where art thou?
Hori, if you don't mind me asking you this question now, and related to the forest, Maipua, and other native forests around that area. The pre-1990, I'm just getting a little off track here, Woody. I'm referring to the carbon credit system that you were referring to. Would they still be inclusive?
What do you mean pre-1990?
Well, all forests prior to 1990, are they still in the
Carbon system?
carbon sink? Yeah.
Well, see, because it was part of the Crown estate, we don't know what the Crown did with its carbon credits.
Ah,
That's what I'm saying.
ah.
Whether the Crown is acknowledged that those credits go to itself, yeah, in its own right. So what I'm saying is that disregard all that, we want it back. And then what we're going to look at is the value of the timber on that land in today's, but that's about just like the coal in the ground. It's a living heritage, you see. And that is the importance of these deeds. Can we just move on to the deeds? What happened? Then we'll break down. Now what's all that called? Oh, that's just about the treaty. Well, I've explained all that. But the treaty when I put it on Atipu no Itera.
English version, the Maori version.
So the treaty, you got to explain it, the Pākehā one and the Maori one. Relege, both different. The interpretation. Yeah? So what I'm saying is, we acknowledge the Maori one, because you were dealing with Maori understood the Maori treaty. Never under the preemptive right. You ask a Maori what's a preemptive right, they wouldn't know you what the hell you're talking about.
Right. Well, also it's contradictory to the English one because, right, it gives up sovereignty, then they're guaranteed dominion over their land, which is sovereignty.
Yeah.
So it contradicts itself. So
It's clear.
Yeah.
Next one. This is the Wastelands Act. You were talking about the wastelands. So what was deemed the wasteland when the colonists when they first came here in the 1800s? There was a lot of land not occupied by people. And let's be honest, where did Maori live? They lived within about half a mile of the coast. That's where they occupied the land.
right.
They only visited the land to catch the birds. But the habitation and Maori control customary title was really coastal because it was warmer there.
Mm.
Yeah.
And so in actual fact there's no sign of habitation inland, you know, to show that. So the Crown deemed that was just wasteland. What shall we do with the wasteland? In terms of Maori customary rights, they had visiting rights only, but they didn't determine the boundaries, but they at least they named all the creeks and lakes and all that, all Maori names, which meant that they are of significance to them for particular reasons. But the Crown took land as wasteland, was never occupied or being developed or cropped. See, because all countries depend on agriculture to survive. Develop the land, produce food, whether it's wheat, wool, anything else. In the wastelands here, a lot of it, you couldn't cultivate it, you couldn't do anything with it. So it was just idle wasteland, deemed to be such. So in the treaty it said what Maori deemed to be rightfully and properly theirs was mainly the coast, and that's what the Maori fought for, because that's where you could grow the kumara. Where you grow the kumara, you'll find Maori had a claim to it.
Mm.
When you couldn't grow the kumara, you had no claim to it.
Can I add something here?
Will hurt you.
Can I add something here?
Was that?
Can I add something here? The wasteland in English law, the old common law, was always able to be anything that was unoccupied could be taken. You just go sit here and here I am, bang, it's mine. So I think that's pretty much what they were doing. The fact that it is named, the rivers and forests are named, makes it a pretty tenuous approach. That's why I think they were cultivated.
Well, I've just included there for the sake of definition.
Mm.
But the reality of it was, it wasn't continually occupied.
Mm.
Right.
In
But wasn't there a
terms-
claim put over like the volcanic plateaus up
Yeah, in terms of us saying the ai karo, you know,
Yeah.
not the ai mautauta, you know, is alive, which was heavy. And the Maori fought for it. They killed each other for it.
Mm.
Because they, Whenua, wasn't it? The mara was the most important thing to Maori to survive. If they got an early frost, their crops were wiped. So they were reliant on other people who didn't get the early frost.
Yeah.
And I've seen it happen in my time, where we had crops at Te Aroa, we had early frost. Kanga. Si ko hare ke mata ki tūranga, te awhi mai a mata. Hara mai ki tauranga mona ni, te awhi a mata mo te kumara. But it wiped the tipu, you know, the tipu. You grow the kumara from a tipu. Kare tae te whakaika ka kare tae na tipu. So if the tipu got the early frost, you lost your crop. And that's important as part of our culture. And so we put that on the table as being honest. That's why people live there. Mara was a special type of title system, which was respected by all Maori as belonging to all Maori. Kareki whakaingo e no i tērā Mara, engari mo te kato. Was his very existence. It was the only source of vegetable protein that Maori could get. Because you look at the Maori, photos of the Maori in the 1920s, 1930s, they're all lean and mean. Look at the Maoris today, they're all, you know. So the Maori physically was very mobile and fit because of his diet.
Right.
So we're talking about, so rightfully the Crown had to determine which was wasteland, and at least they could move on the wasteland without interfering with the Maori rights to the coastal lands, the Namara. But anyway, there are things you can fill the tribunal in, saying why we agree with it.
Well, I guess there were inland paths, but weren't they along the river, like the Waikato River and stuff?
Well, the inland pass came because the Maori had to retreat from the gun.
Right.
The greatest fear was the cannon.
Yeah.
So they had to go out of range of the cannon, the gunboats.
Yeah.
Because they just blew the powder apart. You know? So it was what I call a sanctuary power.
Right.
But the old power was right in where the marrow was, to protect the marrow. So nobody touched their food, especially when it comes to the time of harvest.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the next page of Wasteland Act.
Is that it?
That is the next page of the Wasteland Act. We go on.
Yeah, so we'll go and have eat that stuff while it's hot, eh?
Yes.
Have a snack.
Oh, thank you.
That's right.
Yeah, go and have a snack. So we've got to absorb all this. Specific as to what belongs to the whānau or hapu. Like I say, they follow the creeks.
Right.
They
Natural
didn't
boundaries,
survey
yeah.
square box. So they were specific to their interest. And the surveys are always, those surveys of the early days, they became public servants late in the peace era to the 1890s, around about then. But then they were privately engaged by the Crown to assist them. So it wasn't Maori that knew the land titles. And often they walked with them, told them where to put the pigs.
Right.
And you'll find that on all of the titles there's little dots. And that's where they were able to change. It was all done by triangulation, you know, and change in triangulation. So the chainmen were often Maoris, more than likely Maori, who dragged the chain.
Right.
And that is important. But subsequent to that, the Maori Land Court decided they took over some of the titles, came under the court system towards the 1900s, and then transferred general title to Maori titles to give the Maori Land Court jurisdiction, and then they issued partition orders as a result following that. And by giving partition orders, they virtually gave the people who were partitioning out freehold title, and they were able to sell them. So a lot of land during the 1900s, right up to 1944, 1950s, 60s, by people who had partition orders approved by the Maori Land Court. But now the court's scrambling to protect, say, all Maori land should be protected. When it was really the devil that worked against Maori.
Right. Well, Norman Smith kind of admits that in his book on the Maori Land Court. That the whole idea was to avoid discussion until everybody got used to the Crown running everything. He says it right out.
Yeah, I spoke
what
to...
I need Georgina to do is write out so I get your full name, your address, email address,
Sure.
and telephone number, and whether you got a Y number or not lodged with the tribunal.
Right. Well, I'm just here. If the uncles, they just asked me to come along and help them. So
Yes,
I'm just
yes.
here
So
to learn
if you got a Y
how to
number, put it in there. Then we can say. Because what we're talking Y549, what is this?
Right.
We're referring to Y549 and others, which doesn't exclude. It's not an exclusive to that particular number.
Right.
That's important. Start there.
Go on 3 lines.
Oh, sure. No problem. Yeah.
And where are you with the tribunal? Do you know, what stage are you with the tribunal? Do you know?
2 more judicial conferences leading up to going to hearing for the second stage.
What was the first stage?
First stage was establishing whether we ceded sovereignty or not under the Wakaputanga.
Yeah.
And that report hasn't come back yet, and they want to
The first stage was, sorry, I didn't hear you.
whether Ngapuhi ceded sovereignty or not under the Wakaputanga. And they're still waiting for that report to come back, but they want to push ahead to go to the next stage. And they're saying we can't go ahead without that report. If we didn't cede sovereignty, then it means that all of this is null and void.
See, the under Tikanga, this is what, it's not very hard to determine what was Tikanga.
Mm.
We've already done that, you see, under Tikanga. So I can't see why the tribunal's wasting time, delaying its release. And of course, it may be the wrong answer we're looking for. But what's stage two involved now?
For the claimants to generics, yes. What affected the whānau hapu?
Correct, the regional reports, I believe, is how they were determined.
But like a lot of the issues ain't relevant to this.
See, you said generics.
That's what they say.
Generic issues.
What do you understand by generics?
Aye, exactly, yeah. I was just
Well, I'll ask you, what do you understand by generics?
Generics, there's everything in general, common.
Yeah.
And
Well, so they would say, look at a common claim. We're talking about a specific claim.
yeah. The other
It's
word,
different.
the issue. Well, the issue can be an heir, can be a promissory note. Well, these are all securities, eh?
Yeah, right.
So they're asking questions to the claimants, but they're not hearing what the tribunal is actually asking them. What are the generic issues?
In terms of the, who's the married and court judge?
Coxhead, is it?
Yeah.
Coxhead.
Yeah.
Okay, he's all right. But I think you've got to be more specific.
Yeah.
That this is a hapu whānau claim.
Yeah.
It's not a generic claim saying which is being pushed by Rima, Henare, as generic means Ngapuhi claim.
Right.
That's generic. Okay? So you'll get bogged down there. So the thing is, you've got to come back and say, we're looking at the Hokianga claim, specific Hokianga.
Yeah.
Right? So we got to correct them on that one.
So they've got a whole list of generic issues that the claimants
Yeah,
need
that's
to
right. You tick the boxes.
talk to.
What's common?
Tick the box.
What's
Yeah.
common? But what's common to you people is not common to the rest of the Ngapuhi.
Mm.
Your claim is different from Te Rā Nehu, is it? Te Rā Nehu from Whangarei?
Oh, not too sure.
The Poi
Yeah,
Māori,
yeah.
the Whangarei. Te Rā Nehu, eh?
Mm.
Yeah. Well, he's claiming Glen Burvey and the Higurangi. Glen Burvey Forest and the Higurangi Swamp. I did work for them. And then between them and you people is Rime Henare.
Ah.
So ka re ke rata, ya kota, completely different. So what the tribunal is trying to work you into a corner so you agree that you all go together.
Yeah.
Well, you won't work. I tell you that now.
And they're pushing us all under one blanket
One
claim,
yeah, one claim.
the 1040. And it actually nullifies all the individual claimants.
Well, it's never intended to see, that's what I said before. We're going on the Hokianga claim, which is a big claim in itself. And I need not on it. Naharo the crow. Nothing to do with the other side. And I think the tribunal's being just trying to mop you fellas all up on one claim.
Yep. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, I think it should be made known that that isn't the case. Who was your lawyer then?
Oh, they're all involved in this.
Huh?
We're getting no leeway with our lawyers. They're all
No, who
being...
was your lawyer?
My lawyer is what's the name? Thornton.
Thornton.
Yeah.
Linda Thornton.
Linda Thornton.
And you were paying her under legal aid.
Everyone is, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You're going to get bogged down. She's a palm, eh?
American.
Yeah.
Mm.
Karagako most.
Mm.
I'm telling you that now.
Judge, what I've seen in the last 2 weeks, 2 different tribunals with judges. I forget Craig's name, the one that was there the other day, and the other one was Isaac's.
Hugh Isaacs, Lutura.
I noticed the difference in their sort of attitude now. They are wanting to know customary law.
Well, what I'm saying, you're not giving them the answer. See? You're not telling them your claim. That's the important part. We had lawyers, we made them sit down at that end. And we told the judge what we wanted.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you're signing or paying legal aid to lawyers, and yet you can't afford to pay me. See? And that's the tragedy, isn't it?
Yeah. You're right.
All this work I've done is for nothing. I've never been paid.
Yeah.
See? And so the thing is, you could end up with a generic claim under the brand Ngapuhi.
Yeah.
And you don't want that.
Well, my claim, I'm not actually claiming to any land.
Well, what do you?
Eh?
What did you say?
I'm not claiming to any land. The Haida Nation, they got everything back and compensated 2.5 billion, and they didn't even have a treaty.
Yeah, well.
And they.
No. I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So yours is a claim relating to the historical and cultural events.
Breach of fiducial duty.
Yeah.
And that's what they won theirs.
That's where you might get confused in terms of what the claim is. The claim is a land claim. I said last night.
Yeah.
Nothing else, nothing less.
Yeah.
Ka kote chiko e maho te whenua, ka pore kote.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to have someone who knows what they're talking about in land.
To the land.
That didn't fall tonight. She opposed me, lost.
Mm.
In Turanga claim. She took her people to the Privy Council to fight us, and they lost. So you know, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's in the book. I'm going to show you the book afterwards. There's the Ngāti Pro settlement there. It's HORI Matua in that book, not Linda Thornton.
Mm.
So, because I talk about the reality, you know. You know, what the Pākehā say, the tangible and the intangible. The tangible is tae a koe te hoku, koena te mai. The intangible, kare tae a koe te he moe moe a tera. So hare tātou the mātauranga tae te kawa, te tikanga, aika and all that. And I would say I can understand Isaac's problem. He doesn't know how to come to grips with it. Because you got Rima Henare on television saying, oh, well, and their mother, but here they go. Because the Hikurangi is a huge claim in itself. Hikurangi swamp. Huge. And so to Rā Nehu, I said, well, you stick to Hikurangi and Glenberry, you're right. Hokiatiki Whangarei. But I said, don't go north. I said, from Rua Pika Pika, tēnā ka ia koe. So he was quite happy to work within the Rua Pika Pika, ko Rua Henare. But they've never compiled a case. But they want to ride on your back. And you've got to get up and tell the tribe, that's what you tell the tribe, you know. Tell them straight out. Because once it's recorded, it's in the record. And you'll never be able to think.
No, you mean?
But it's no, it's yeah, it's interesting. So you blokes got a big job. Eh?
Sure.
Because on this basis, you can paralyze the whole settlement because you're not going to agree. Okay. So of course you're not getting what you want. And that 549 has been around since the 1900s. It was before 2000.
Jeez.
Yeah. It was one of the first claims we did. We were supposed to get the money from that blooming the fellow had the fisheries, what did he do? Fishery, the general manager for the fisheries. He got a fish and chip shop up there now.
Ricky Hanna?
No. He's general manager for the Hokianga fish, the Ngapuhi fish. You know his name.
It was it.
You can't remember. Going back 10 years. He got pushed off and
Rudy
huh?
Taylor. Rudy Taylor was the first one, and then Sonny Tuck.
Yeah, well, Rudy was the chairman of the Runa. But when they settled the fish, the bloke was appointed as the general manager for fish. He had his own office. He had all the...
Dick Duggarville.
Dick Duggarville, yeah. Dick.
Dick.
That's right.
Well, we dealt with Dick. See? So all he gave Hakop was enough money to pay for my airfare. We didn't give us any other money. And he was sitting on millions in squandering it.
Dick, eh?
Dick Duggarville.
Sounds very much like him, all right?
Yeah, he never gave us any money.
Oh, the three of them.
Yeah. When? So when Rudy and applied for a bit of funding, you know, through there, they got a bit of funding. And I said to Rudy, you know, don't waste the money, spend it where it's going to bring you something. Well, what he did is having huis and this and going to where and flying all over the place and I said, well, kapona money. I know what they got. I get the returns from the Crown Forest. I know exactly how much they drew. But none of it came our way.
Nobody's received
So
anything.
between him and Dick Duggarville, they spend all the money, man.
Yeah, that's what they
That's
did.
right.
Sonny Tuck
Yeah.
spent
Thousands of dollars.
241,000.
Oh, no, you're
And
right.
He toured Australia.
That's right.
They gave him mandate.
Yeah. And I told him it wasn't necessary. But anyway, we'll go over that later on. But, you know, what I'm saying is we ought to try and salvage the claim.
Yeah.
You know, your claim. And set it out like I have here. One session like that with the tribunal will blow them all out. You can come out and find sale. You know, but the thing is, it's all there, and we've got the records to show it, you see?
Pretty clear cut.
But what I wanted was the response from you in terms, you can pop it back to those people.
Aye.
Yep.
They were good, honest people.
Sure.
Good, honest people.
Yeah.
I don't know when I see that. Taya koto, oma.
Pulumarika Hori Kumara Mayani, it is clear. Now you putting up these posts as to where we should be, what we should be doing. Looking at that list, yeah, I think we'll definitely work on it. Definitely.
See, and I went across the other side to Hokianga as well, the harbour, and went right down to that other inlet, you know, where Tarara was boundary.
Aye.
So we go back to the
Right down in
Mangamuka.
Whangape.
Yeah, Whangape, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, your fellows go straight from there to the Mangamuka,
Aye.
around the ridge to Kohimaru, or Tangaroa, and back.
Yep.
Whenua. Because te ri o te hokianga, hoki at the Gire. You follow the headwaters, where the waters go. That's your claim. Kareta te okati kona. Wai te puna wai, heke mai. Me hoki tonu ki te puna.
Te marere, huh? Well, Hori,
That's why I'm saying about these blocks inland, where we claim and how the Crown got it, you see. It's not a difficult job, really.
no.
No, I can see.
No, it's
Why
not
could
difficult.
the white room maybe good to put it there? Huh?
So we'll just
I
carry
thought
on
that's what he
with
said.
the other one. George.
Okay.
We'll go.
What sort of time frame would you see for proceeding through this?
Well, I think you people got to stand up to the tribunal and state your case.
Yeah. Tēnei ana tā mā te ukoro mā te nene. Each one of us here, separate. Separate
That's
skills.
right. That's right.
Eh?
Mm.
Engari, o haere mai mā tuko tahi ki konei. Kia ki te heananga tahi o tuko ngā kōrero o ngā mea o tike te whakairo I mua atu. And what we are saying is, at the given time, we will meet together and put the one kōrero on.
That's right.
That's how we are. Although we're separate. in
So
what
I know
we-
who you are,
I
you see.
believe. Aye.
Yep.
The thing is that
Aye.
kei te ora tunu Hakop, isn't it?
Aye, aye.
Yeah, and you know, Hakop's got a BALLB, you know, he's a brilliant young man,
Yeah.
one of your own. And I, you know, kei te aroha ke, kei te mā wiwi e, but the wai mai kia hoi, hoki o e te kāin, toto, te rātu, wai no e rātu, toto. Yeah, manga kāhia, mā hau mai, ke kā hau e. No reira, you know, I got that when I left our last week, I'll show you what I did for Rudy and he forgot it, you see. So next one, no, you're going ahead, go ahead. Now what that?
Small white number.
How
Yeah.
You want Podie's number?
Yeah, 157.
157.
This is
Yeah.
the
I think
letter.
it is, yeah.
70. 1570.
No, it's 157.
So look the whakamana
Sure, it's 4 numbers.
mandate letter.
Yeah, right. This is the. Now, just go back to that. In 4th of June 2008, Colin wrote to me and he said, thank you for your letter, dated April something or other, requiring the treaty settlements and negotiations between the Robo Whakamana and the Crown. And what I want to do is here.
I'm sure it's 1507.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's it.
That's
Now this is the letter, not that one.
But it's only got
So
3
what?
numbers.
So I went, and what I wanted, following the meeting, your fellow's meeting, our meeting at Hokianga, was to go for the mandate. The mandate, the call of the mandate, the whakamana. The whakamana I kōto, te tono ki te kaunga. Koina the whakapākea, the mandate. Whakamana I kōto, ki haere ki te kaunga, te whakatau. Well, I did that here for Tauranga Moana, 7th of April 2008. And Minister Honourable Cullen wrote back to me this letter. He says, Tēnā koe hori mata, we refer to the deed of mandate submitted by the Ropu Whakamana, which I said, o te raupatu o ngā hapo iwi o ngā tirangi So whaka tuhona ngeo rata o ngā hapu. The Ropu Whakamana. Documentation demonstrates an open and transparent process in which the claimant community has chosen to mandate the Ropu Whakamana. It is important that the negotiations process is as efficient and manageable as possible. For this reason, it would be preferable for Te Ropu Whakamana to appoint negotiators before terms of negotiation discussions commence. We note that the interests of each claimant hapu of Ranginui will be represented in negotiations under the umbrella of the Ropu Whakamana. What I'm saying, under the umbrella of Hokianga. On the basis that this work is completed and agreed with the Crown, we are pleased to formally recognize the Ropu Whakamana to represent Ngāti Ranginui in negotiations with the Crown for a comprehensive settlement of all historical claims of Ngāti Ranginui. Officials of the Office of Treaties will contact you shortly regarding claimant funding. We look forward to being updated on your progress towards terms negotiated. Signed by HORI and Cullen. That's the letter. And that's what I wanted for you people. That's exactly what I wanted for you people. And we could have got it in 2005, 2006 when I was there. And today, like you settled. But I brought this letter to show you. You just don't worry about the rest of it, but just pass it around because it's important. That's what I was after for you people. So the minister appointed me as the chairman. I don't know when. I don't know Torah. But he said, Hori Mahiat. Now, what I was saying to Rudy and them, we soon get a team together to carry your horse. I said, how do you put more? My horse okay. Nothing to do with me, but with help. So, quite a the Putake of the quarter of the Naret and the Hari. Okay. Next one. So, so what we're doing now here, we're looking down the harbour up to the coast. See? This is where the ferry goes across. You see that? Yeah. And what we're looking at is all the land that is. I took this off Google Earth and to identify all that bush country where something. That trig covers that all that bushland right out to the point where you can see on the coast. You can see the coast where the point is Monganui. But we're looking at the point there at Tutamoy, that high point. And all that forest land, right back into those deeds, we can claim, you see. So it's a comprehensive claim from the coast, right into that big block, right down, right to the coast, inland to the Hokianga. And so, what we're saying is the Crown, we got the deeds. That's what we want, and then we'll move on. So the next one. So what we're going to do is to illustrate to them geographically how this whole thing sits. You see. And this we're getting down to Pukepari here again, but we can see that big blob of forest land in there, and Matataki here, and those are the lands we're claiming under these deeds. We saw the Matataki deed. You see those deeds there, the coming up in Whenua. So we go on to the next one. Tarakeha there. There's the entrance. So we're coming on this side of the harbour, and you know we want to claim all those sand dunes and everything there. You see, and I think there's a land court property in there somewhere too. Yeah. So we want to claim that. Yeah. So we'll move on. Now the Omapre, there's Lake Omapre, and all those blocks around it, we're claiming those blocks, plus the lake, you see. Yeah. See the Omapre, that's all within your boundary. So we want to show them why we want to collect it. The Americans are building a super big dairy farm on that land, prime land, you know. Why, it should have been you people building that there.
Yeah.
It's already there.
It's
Yeah.
already there.
So you know, Arohan.
Alright.
See, but in 2005, we were ahead of all that. Okay? See, now the Americans come in and they know what, that's the best soil in Northern.
Yeah.
Nā ko nā tō tipu nā tāma tipu aka nene waho te kia koto. Ika kama. Ko hoko ene. Yeah. Yeah, the best magnificent soil. Next one. Poke Tawai. There's Totoro, that's towards where the Te Whata's up. Up there. And down Totoro we come down to Tatu Huri Tahi and out to the point, right out to the coast. Next one, and there's Lake Omapa, a good clear view of it. So we say, tribunal, this is us. We got the deed for that. Tamati Wakanen and signed the deed. Happy get go ahead to the photo with wine and no matter here. Fresh water. I've been waiting for Hara Wira and them to say that. Nothing on TV.
No.
Jones, nothing. I work at my Tarato Tangapa. Manu Paul na Paul. Mako Toto na Paul. It's fresh water, eh? And all the land around it. We got the deeds. So I'll show you that. Next one here. There's the township. We got the deed for the township.
The whole lot.
Yeah, it's on the whole, that whole.
Would that be in the is that township in the Hokianga boundary?
Yeah,
It is.
the
Right on
town.
the Mangakahia Road.
Yeah, it's all in because it goes right out to the Hokianga boundaries or Mape
Ah.
on the main road.
Yeah.
Well, this is inland.
Mm.
The township.
Ka tika ngā koro ngā kaumaturai. Ko rongo keu te whānio Hokianga ke kōtu i a Kaikohe. You know, it comes right up to Hokianga. I mean Kaikohe.
No, Kaikohe is in it.
Oh my.
Hey, well, I told you that.
So I got the boundaries there. I've set the boundaries, you see. Yeah, it's there. And it's one of those deeds. It's sitting on one of those deeds.
Well, it's going to
There
make
you-
us work
Your
harder
flat will
together
come back
now.
now, Tess.
There's Pukepotu, Hauturu and
What are you going
Waipo.
to do about Rudy and them?
That's the big one.
You're going to shut them down.
Hauturu. Pukepotu. There's the Hauturu off the coast.
Everyone's been misled.
No argument, a whole lot. And we got the areas, I worked the areas out. And we'll go a step further and I work the values out. Go to the next one. Now the Waipoa Tutamoe,
Aye.
Toitoi Hapito. And then that's your boundary overlooking the Hikurangi. We're to get Matarao Nehu then. And I told him don't come this side. Because you'll have me to be content with. We're on the power. I can talk to you, good guy.
Sure.
So that's all your claims. Next one. Did the lawyer put this up for you?
None of this has
No,
come
no,
out
that's
right
not-
from the
never
beginning.
seen any of this, Hori.
Tāna mā te pakite.
We've just been on a one big merry-go-round.
Yeah.
This is, I got this, I'll read this out. Well, I'm very sad about the whole thing.
Yes.
A lot of work went on it.
No, but I think we might have caught it, eh?
Oh, I hope so.
See, what I got up there, Y549 and others, you see? So we go together. Ngā hapu hoki anga land claim. It's land claim. Ngā whakapapa o te tipuna o ngā hapu. Settlement of the claim tribunal's direction. So this is what I would have presented to the tribunal. The area under claim was 161,300 hectares, and within the claim there are XYZ whānau, because I couldn't. That's got to be filled in, and YZ ancestral parsites, the number of parsites we've got to put in there, all related to a known marae. So I said, mana tangata ki te rohe takiwa ki te moana is 75 kilometres. That's the whole length in the harbour. And the ancestral fishing grounds extend over 168,000 hectares out on the marine chart. I had the marine chart showing where it goes out to sea. And I said, former Hokianga County boundaries more or less defines the claim area, substantiated by the Turton's deeds and the appendices to the journals of the House of Representatives. And that's what we say. We present those for the Crown. And then we got the dates in that for it. Now, Georgina, that one there is just go to the page, isn't it? Yeah. That's this one here, isn't it? Comes over here. Is that what it says?
It's just the first two bits that I took out from the other page. Yeah, that comes next. Oh, well, you've got the materials. You did that at the beginning. And then there's the actions for land on behalf of
Yeah.
cadastral landscape and geography.
Yeah, what we're saying there is that the actions land purchases on behalf of the Crown, we've got to address that. The cadastral landscape, that's the map, I just showed it on that, and the geography of the area, and the hydrography of the sea, lakes and rivers. We want to stress the importance of that to you people.
Absolutely.
And what we're going to stress there is the tribal whānau groupings, the hapu. And we've got the Native Land Court and its actions and court titles, land acquired by the Crown, sea schedule valuation methodology, Native Department of Maori Affairs and Te Puni Kōkiri contemporary, and the extent of the fishery. So we go over the page again. So we go there and we see the Crown Forest Rental Trust, funding position in the far north, and this was up to June 2003. Muri Whenua had received 2.3 million, and they never paid me. Yeah. Hokianga claims they had 35,000 then, and Kaipara was 2.8 million for Te Uri Oho. So what I'm saying, districts yet to be assisted, Hokianga, they should have granted us 2.5 million to take your case, to complete your case, and that's what we'd be asking for the Crown to come from the Crown Forest and the Crown OTS, 2.5 million to complete your case. So we're telling them what we need, you see. So we look at the Te Opori Forest. They had 7 million in trust. Your Whangaroa, where you fellows have an interest, is 1.6 million. And and both out of those two, that's where we want the 2.5 million to come from. And this is what Sir Graham should have been doing for you fellows. He done nothing, you know.
No, yeah.
Next one, Georgina.
Conflict of interest.
I think he's pickled.
Conflict of interest.
Now, this was the resolutions I put at that week. Hey, remember at that week? I said, this he endorses the Y3549 claim as presented. But I said, This we empower the Wi-Fi Fault Line Claimant Committee to call up other claimants to establish in a Hapua Hokianga land claim. That was what should have been done. I'll read it out again. Now Hapua Hokianga land claim to proceed to prepare a casebook or call up other claimants to establish an Hapua Hokianga land claim. That was the second part. 3. Hapua Hokianga land claim to proceed to prepare a casebook to be its evidential base to explore the direct negotiation process with the Crown to settle its claim. And that should have been done, but never was done. All right?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not
Upahinga e reira. This is what I was saying to Rima and to our man up there. That all this, and I was waiting for the next steps, see? Mm-hmm. So, and I said, now Hapua Hokianga land claim to proceed to negotiate its fish quota and other entitlements as set out in the Maori Fisheries Bill. Because you fellas have missed out, you know?
Yeah, I missed out there.
Its readiness to proceed will be based on a negotiating group representing the claimants having a mandate to negotiate with the Crown. Okay? OTS policy to negotiate with one large natural grouping. That was the you fellas, Hokianga. So the land interests that I identified that we could select then was Puketi was 2,475 hectares, Manapanifa 2,300, Omahutu was 6.9, that's the big one. Waipawa 8,300, was 20,000 hectares. It had a land value of $8 million. And what we were asking that the land value of $8 million be returned to you people based on these. So we're talking facts, you see, put on the table. All right? So I did the valuation for your claim there. So we go over the next page.
Acres.
Yep.
Now next one goes here.
Uh-huh. This one's the other. No, that was it.
This one here.
Didn't get the yet.
That's one.
Oh, that's the primary. Okay, you're just in two.
Have you got up there? You can find it.
No, we didn't put this one in. So, you will have to,
I'll leave it there.
you'll just have to hold it.
Well, this was the panui that I left with Rima to put in the paper with the Luti, our man up there. That's the panui. I wrote it down. And I said, he panui, he karangaranga o Hokianga. He hono o ngā hapu o Hokianga, Treaty of Waitangi Claim 549 in others. This is the go in the paper. Mana whakahai is to mandate the people. He panui nā te hono o ngā hapu o Hokianga. See? Ki ngā uri o Hokianga mai rahiri, treaty settlement negotiations mandate hui. Because I say that we had that, we call that a mandate hui. And whakamananga. Friday the 6th of July 2008. It was to be held at Marae at Hokianga. That, you know, that Marae halfway down there. And Sunday the 23rd of July 2008 at the Wellesley Street, Auckland. Those was in Panui. In the Panui read, to endorse 4 hapu claimant representatives o te runanga whaka ngungu o te hono o ngā hapu o Hokianga. The claimant representatives will present the historical and cultural claims o te hono o ngā hapu o Hokianga and the 6 key treaty Waitangi principles for a deed of mandate. But that was important that we get the deed of mandate. The key principles one was identify the claimant group, definition of the area, claims to be settled, mandated representatives, accountabilities of mandated decision makers. proposed resolution to mandate 4 hapu claimant representatives ki te hono o ngā hapu o Hokianga to negotiate the hono o ngā hapu o Hokianga treaty of Waitangi claims with the Crown. To appoint negotiators to negotiate the hono o ngā hapu o Waitangi claims, the negotiators. And that was for the Pānui.
It's really cool. And who
Hāre
has put
Takiwa.
that meeting together?
Yeah, it never
Make it
happened.
happen.
See, that didn't happen.
No.
No.
And so the object is to get that Pānui out.
See, if you've done that, courts.
O mutu ke te rarurana.
See, ko reo te hono ne, te hono ia kota. But Rudy had other ideas.
Yes.
He went to Australia. But all he needed was two meetings.
Yeah.
It didn't matter if only 20 people turned up at one, and 20 at the other.
Yeah.
But when did the Pānui hit fit?
Sure.
Put it in the newspaper.
Ke rera te mana ne, ke haere tēne. Te Pānui.
With the Pānui. See, and you haven't done that yet.
No.
No.
Ka hore.
So, you know, what I'm saying is, the tribunal knows that it can be challenged at any time. But they should didn't follow due process.
Yeah.
And that happens.
Right?
7 days,
Yeah.
14, 7 days.
Huh?
Two Pānui.
Yeah, it was 7 days apart.
7 days apart, yeah.
But and he gave me the place. He said, "Well, that one, you know." And I said, "Oh, we're Wellesley Street. All right, we'll have it there where it was." But and I got the dates there. Yeah.
I'm money.
So the bottom line, you've already put the package together.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put the whole package together.
And if who the 459, who's claimants on that number?
549.
Was Hakob.
Hakopa, oh, te whakapa.
Hakob and Rudy, two of them.
Oh, yeah.
But of course, see, that's why Hakob tangi mai kia. Because he knows all.
He's a lawyer. He's a prosecutor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Have you heard from Hakopa?
Yeah, he rang me up the other day.
Oh,
He rings me up.
Oh,
Hey, tūranga is on the mind. He's on a dialysis machine for his kidneys.
Can you hear no one?
Tūranga.
What's happened? Well, it's not being inquisitive, but it's important. If he's still in there doing this, then rather than recreating the action, join the
Rather
action.
than reinventing the wheel.
Yeah.
Aye.
Exactly.
Aye.
That's what I'm saying.
There is that possibility. Well, you know,
Well, I think you've got
what
to
is
do
he
it.
doing?
That's what I'm saying.
If
This-
he's doing what we're talking about,
Yeah.
You join him.
yeah.
It's very simple.
So the Hakob agrees. Well, half of the team agrees. He's not. He go, "Who are Rudy?" Because Rudy told us to pay us some money. He never paid us. You see.
Oh,
So we
my
stop.
Hey.
So I just said the recommendations to Hono o ngā hapu Hokianga to pursue a mandate to allow the claimant group to enter into direct negotiations to settle their outstanding historical claims and grievances. Ngā hapu have already spent many years researching and having wānanga to enable to formalise and support a deed of mandate now being sought. Ngā hapu are formalised by appointing mandate representatives who will constitute the Hono o ngā hapu. So the big claims you fellows appoint, you might have the 6 or 7 of you on that group, you see,
Aye, aye,
representing the key people.
aye.
Then they appoint from a mandate, someone to mandate the claim. And then I say to Hakob, he and I could mandate the claim on your behalf. You see, take instructions from you people.
Yeah.
And then we can go like I've done there with the minister. Once the minister gives the big sign off, his history is finished. And I've just showed you what the minister did.
Yeah. Aye.
So and I said, mo te hono o Hokianga mandate, there will be 2 hui on Haukainga Marae and 2 takiwa hui ki whangarei in Auckland. That's what I say. We allow 2 weeks. See. At all mandate hui, a draft deed of mandate will be presented along with the claimant research material. Once adopted, the final draft is filed with the Office of Treaties and Affairs Ministers for their approval and recognition. Once they know that we've had that and the minutes and the records, they give it the big tick. We've got to send all the ads in the paper. So that's what we got there, you see. The minister said, well, I'm happy, you got the mandate, now you appoint your negotiators and move. This will initiate agreement, the mandate will be appointed, the deed of mandate will be appointed in the deed and the draft terms of negotiation and what we are to negotiate. This will initiate agreement in principle between the Crown and the claimant. It will formalize the negotiations to settle outstanding historized claims and grievances. This exercise is to be completed within 5 months from the 16th of June 2008. Now we're going into July 2012. Now holding my evidence.
So what would happen if, through this whole settlement process, that if your tupuna is on the deed and you've been alienated from that settlement, can
Well,
that ever be
At the
addressed?
meeting. You have to come and be at the meeting and you say you have the whakapapa to see the right to be there.
So if some of these people who haven't got the whakapapa to those people on the deed, then they have really no claim.
If you can't whakapapa it back,
They can. They can identify with those people. I mean, Tamati Wakanen was famous throughout New Zealand.
Yeah.
Another Mutamo.
Aye.
And I called them and more Mapede. And Ogaya and all those rocks. Right too.
Yeah, it'd be the same level as Lahiri and
Yeah.
Elatanata,
Yeah,
yeah. Aye.
Yeah.
Right down into
Lahiri was the
Ngāpuhi.
next one up.
Aye, aye.
Right
We're
in
coming
Ngāpuhi.
back to someone who can write and put their name in their board down.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a big difference.
Aye, aye.
Lahiri couldn't do that.
No.
But
Aye, you're right.
Toko the Tipuna can. He did it.
Aye.
That's the big difference. And that's why I'm saying, I don't know what the lawyers, Linda's talking about or anything, you know.
That,
Well, because the thing is, you've got to have a group mandate to
Yeah.
appoint proper negotiators, negotiate your settlement.
Well, Hori, you go to the hui, sometimes there's more lawyers than the
yeah.
whole kainga.
Well, that's where you're,
That's where they're at.
they're all on legal aid.
Yeah.
So, but there's nothing to stop you from doing it. Now, by just saying to the tribunal, we want to go through the mandate process and appoint negotiators for direct negotiations with the Crown to settle our claim. You can't get the lawyers to settle it. So I bought, that's the deed of settlement. It's as big as that. We'll end up with one as big as that.
Keep going. And then there are all the jobs that go before, they've got lots of them.
This one's about our deed, and all the pictures I've shown, they'll come in here.
Manakato.
They'll come into here.
Yeah.
All those things will come in. Now, the deed of mandate, I suppose, will be about 400 pages or something. And I'll just run through it. Because once we start as negotiators, I'll be appointing, if I'm a negotiator, I'll appoint different people to do different jobs.
Aye.
Historical claim, Whakapapa, Ngākōrero, Ngōrāhiri and all that. And I think the important one is Ngākōrero, Tamati Wakanene, you know. Wait. So the Ngāti Pro one is started with the background. Ngāti Pro statement of association with the area of interest. Maui tiki tiki a tālanga, that's our tipuna. Toi kai lākau, ka heke mai. Pai kia ue pohata rua waipu, that's us, that's my claim. Raurangi, Hamoa te rangi, ngā waka, all about all the different wakas. Nuku tere, nuku tai me meha. And the rohe pōtai Ngāti Pro. And we just follow this process. Okay? So we appoint people with the skills to do it. It's not for me to do it, because I'm going to negotiate the settlement, you see.
Aye.
And that's very interesting stuff, because it becomes the part of your claim, and it's written in the claim. Then it goes and it shows the historical account, how you lost your land. We'll record all that. And I wrote all this before this came out. This only came out in 2010. See, all that was done for you way back in 2006 and 8, 7.
Yeah.
So introduction, Crown acquisitions, Native Townships Act, historical account, it talks about Public Works Act, development schemes under the Ngāmahi o Te Party, married landlord, married trustee, uneconomic interests, rating, consolidation schemes, which applies to you people. And what we do, we'll commission people to get that information out to the Crown to do it for you. And they'll do all that. And that way you'll get a proper historical account. And then we look for an apology and acknowledgement by the Crown and so forth. But so when we get over here, we say to the Crown, financial and commercial redress. So we say the Crown pay the government's entity a settlement of 79 million, financial commercial redress of 90 million, and 90 million we all told, which include 20 million applied to the cultural and historical redress of aspirations of your hapu. That's how we word it. We will on account payment. When they pay us this money, they'll pay us 20 million when this deed is signed, which they did. Commercial redress properties, financial and commercial properties are all here. And the deferred selection properties, we'll do all that. Settlement legislation, right of first refusal from the Crown. And what we ask that the Ngāti Pro Runanga be dissolved, get rid of it.
Yeah.
So what we'll do in this one, we want to get rid of the Ngapuhi Runanga.
Kia ora. Yeah.
Dissolve it, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Not necessary.
Dissolution of the Runanga Ngāti Pro. We say we don't want them anymore. They've done enough damage. So the Crown agreed to it. So we'll be saying dissolution. See, what you're doing, you're letting Sonny Poe, is it Sonny Poe?
Do
Do the talking for you,
Yeah.
because he only is pushing his barrel for the Runanga. And you don't want that. But you can get rid of it through the tribunal.
So what entity holds all
No,
of
no,
this?
but you create a new entity.
New entity, yes.
A post-settlement government entity.
Yeah.
You fellas will create a completely new entity to embrace all these things, because the Runanga isn't geared for it. So, and I'll read out to you the hapu whānau claimants for Ngāti Pro. They went to the tribunal. There was Y39, Y63, Y98, these all the different ones like you've got. 526, that was mine for one block. Y67 and Y971 was mine. And I'm the only one that's been named by the tribunal in the claim. All the others were found at Hapu. But the Hori East Coast lands and resource claim. And I did the 971 claim, which is the bulk of this document. So there they are. How many are there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 25. 25, 50, 75, 100, 125, about 150 individual claimants. See, and yet we were able to pull them all together under one head. We can do that, we can do it for you fellas.
Yeah.
I think the playing field's changed up there. See,
Well, I hope so.
the Sonny Tau and the Runanga, they couldn't get the mandate from Mangamoka Marae. So they opened up a new marae down Mangakahia Road, Kohifota, and it's totally a commercial marae. And they opened up the house as the House of David.
Well, all that aside. That's why I'm saying we collapsed the Runanga.
Aye.
And all the assets of the Runanga is transferred to the new entity.
Aye.
Simple.
It's interesting, a runanga is a 1985 construct that came in with the Labour government after the Commission had given us the way to remove the Department of Maori Affairs, being somewhat paternalistic attitude and putting out all the things in other government departments, and then it was, you know, okay, so what do we do, what do we call any entity that we can deal with? We'll call it a runanga.
They just reenacted the 1860 model.
Words.
So these were the hapu in our rohe. Te whānau tapu ai urangi, ngāti tāna, ngāti upoatu, ngāti ire, ngāti whānau, te aotaki, ngāti hokofu, ngāti tangi haere, patuera. So there was all those hapus. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14,
The family that becomes important.
21, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 60, 63. 63 happened in our ring. And they came onto one. For the settlement company. They were all fighting at the beginning, and all of a sudden they realized,
Well, hello, we're not going to get anywhere.
we're not going to get anywhere. Kapasitata. Just like you fellas.
Yeah. We're in the same boat, almost the same number of hapu too.
Yeah. So this is the claim, the settlement, and one of the big things for us that we're getting. I think we're getting. It's all in here what we're getting, but one of the big parts of our claim is we're getting all the housing corp land houses in Gisborne. About 250 or 300. They're all in here. That's what's part of our claim. Ke hoki mai nā whenua.
Absolute control by you people.
Absolute control by
No
us.
partnership involvement here.
No, we leave the house with the crown.
Oh, ngā kai mai.
The crown can look after the house,
Yeah.
but we want the land. So they give us the land, and they pay rent to us for the use of our land. It's all in here.
Very clever.
And this is how you work the deed. You see the deed. So you work what is the best deed for you, deal. Same with the schools. We take all the land back, and you fellas have the schools.
Yeah.
And if time comes, we might take your school away.
Aye.
How about how?
Well, there's a time
But
come
they
where
pay
they
us
may
rent.
want to take their school away, and that could be a problem too.
No, but the point is,
But the land is there.
we don't want to saddle ourselves with the responsibility of looking after the improvements, like what he was saying.
Aye.
So we can get rid of it. Just say, you stay with the housing, stay with the education. So we've got the police stations, all the schools, and all the state houses.
Well, you could say that's a partnership, eh, George?
It is.
Yeah?
But the point is,
You have to
Te kai mahi and the boss.
and the whenua, hoki mai kia koutou.
Kia ora.
Aye.
So you need this good organization, like, good top people running it for you. I think you're in pass it around, have a look.
Sure.
How's this is a
Hori,
You're a landlord in the
Ka
crown.
pōkena, hori?
yeah. Hori, could you see a reemergence,
the guaranteed.
what am I saying? What am I trying to say? Could you see a reemergence of the councils? That sort of structure coming back in?
No, the post-settlement government entity is a different entity altogether.
Now, I'm talking about how Hokianga Council, County Council used to be.
Oh, they got to deal with you. They deal with you on any
Within
matter.
that PTQ of Hokianga?
Yeah. Councils and that district are got to deal with you, anything in relation to the harbour, anything in relation to the land use and waters and all that.
Aye.
That's the vision. That's the vision.
That can happen.
Well, that has happened.
That's the vision.
So is that land not under Resource Management Act jurisdiction?
Resource Management Act.
Now, the Resource Management Act is an act created by I think Labour government for it somewhere.
So you become the jurisdiction.
Yeah, you got if you own the land, you got the last say. You can't let people trample your money. See, they get the money.
Aye.
But you got a council. See, at present there's no organisation to which those councils can refer to, you see. There's no one there, there's only the Runanga.
Is Whenua still, would the Crown still consider it rateable?
Rateable?
Yeah.
But you cover that in your lease.
Right, so the leaseholder
The lease back.
pays the...
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Right, okay.
You own the
Lease
land,
back.
and the lessee pays the rates and the insurance.
Right. But any land that doesn't have any, like, forest or anything, like, there's no...
Well, the forest lands are going to change.
Mhm.
There's huge pressure on them as being for the resources within the forest for tourism. So you've got to be part of how you're going to structure it and what benefits flow to you people. Yeah, on the tourism.
So in that sense, you still envision some sort of partnership with like DOC or something like over the Waipua?
Or you keep that going because the Crown is your source of funding.
Absolutely.
Right.
See, if you're in the land and the Crown, instead of you going to the Crown comes to you. And you could either lease lease the land for a particular purpose. You can tie your lease into inflation, so you inflation-proof your lease. Review your lease and appoint people to police the leases to see if they're being conducted properly, you know.
Yeah.
But you got to
If they're doing right.
the lease, whole lot of things. There are things that you've got to think in terms of how you're going to manage it. See, at present it's all one-way traffic.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to just understand myself, just because I know I've said in a lot of the HORI up north, and is, you know, up in the Northland, they still, a lot of them still just consider themselves independent and overrun. And it's like, what's the best way to explain to these? You have to resolve, I think, a larger issue up there.
Well, you take, for example, if you get a big wind-throw cowrie law, well, you folks want that law. So you get a helicopter, you lift it out. It's your property. You can slice it, or you can market it for you.
Right.
The president goes to the Crown, you know where it goes.
Yeah, no, you can't
Right.
carve
I understand that.
So you control it.
it. Yeah.
And if you think that the tree is going to die of fungal rot because there's too many people walking around it, you just prohibit it. You say this is out of bounds.
Yeah. And you can.
That's management. That's real management.
Right.
I see there's a slight difference between what I'm reading here and what I've seen in identical documents.
Mm.
The other documents, it seemed to be a two-party agreement. And my explanation to what I read, and you know, I hope I am wrong saying this, the Māori people became subordinate in what I've read. Because the end result was the minister had the final say, and to me that made them subordinate. This one here, I see you have provisions here to determine the length and type of contract that the controlling body may wish to operate on.
Otherwise, there's
I
no value.
didn't see that in, perhaps I didn't.
Yeah.
See, it's
look
a court of Moyo.
It could have been still there.
People gone in and entered agreements and don't know what they were agreeing to.
Well, the lawyers worked it out for them, right?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they just take what they think is...
Yeah.
They aren't valuers. They haven't got a long view. And I come back to thinking of the Taonga police station, where they come out and they say to the Kaumātua, you buy the police station, it's worth 24 million. Well, what on earth do we want a police station for? I mean, and the fact of the matter is the police station is sitting on the pathway, which is a very serious sign.
Yeah.
And we didn't ask for a police station, so why should we pay 24 million? You can stay there till the thing falls down. We don't care, but we're not paying that much money. So there is an agreement whereby, okay, we've built the stupid thing.
Come take it with.
No, it's a bit difficult. We have to be realistic there.
Yeah.
We have to be realistic, and so
Right.
we're realistic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say,
Well, there's
well,
whole
no,
lot- yeah,
there's a lease back, we
George
can arrange
is
for the
right.
land.
Right.
See, we treat each case. We look at
Individually.
it individually.
Look at it properly.
The courthouse in Tauranga. Courthouse is sitting on $7 million worth of land.
Mm.
So I said to my crowd, government's leasing Maori land in the state forest for between 5.5 and 6.5% of the land value for the state forest. This land is no different from a state forest land. Therefore, they should pay us 6%. So 6% on 7,420,000 a year. So they pay us 420,000 a year. For bloody jam, it just comes in, which we never had before.
No, the traffic fines has gone up in town.
And you're still providing the service.
Yeah.
You're still providing that service.
Yeah.
But the money's going somewhere
Well,
else.
we get,
No, the money comes to us.
unfortunately,
Yeah,
every
yeah,
free Maori,
yeah,
let's
yeah.
say.
Money comes to the claimants.
Right.
They're the things that come out in your
Right.
negotiations,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
you've got to have someone who understands what negotiations are.
Jonah.
Long-reaching
Jonah,
arms
see?
to come in and take what they
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. With all your native forests, you heard me say we're going to value part of it. We arrive at a value, and if the Crown wants to put a heritage order on it, go for it. But pay us out. Leave us in management so we can sink our capital elsewhere to generate income for us to offset that.
Jonah.
It could be
And
looked
that's
at
what you do.
if we
Oh,
take
yeah.
a care
That's the
of
commercial
that,
reality.
Why can't we trade on it?
What do you think, mate?
And
Yes.
why
Yeah.
does the right to
Yeah,
come and
yeah,
take
yeah.
part of our profit?
Yes.
Well,
There-
I think you have to take the issue that there are globally related infrastructures, and you know you can't just say we're a separate universe, we're a principality, and therefore we don't pay. I don't think that's working in most of these situations. It's quite difficult to make it work because you have to draw a ring around you and become an island, and that's impossible, really. I think there's someone who did it in the outback in Australia, but
Yeah, upriver.
Yeah, yeah.
but it's a kind of
We know the
difficult
person
sort of
well.
It's
it's
turned
related
into, it gets turned into a
relationships.
tourist thing. You can
Yeah.
the government actually is for it
I
now
think
because it's
there were always the potential for the right of preemption, right of like they did in Naitahu effectively, of we have the right to buy, or there is we have the first right to buy, the right of preemption on certain land.
Right of first refusal.
Right of first refusal, and then we can actually take a small tax on land transactions. But that's all to be negotiated.
Before you mentioned, George, the issue of partitioning of lands is how secure is the land that you have settled for there? Is it able to be commercially sold for future
Oh,
generations?
you can sell it. You can trade it off. You know, but you always trade up. You know, if land's worth 2 million, well, you'll get it at a discount value. That's number one.
I'm saying once you've got it, is there any
The
risk
Crown,
that
the
you
Crown give it to you at a discounted value.
is there any
So
risk
you
that you're gonna
negotiate
lose it
for a
later?
discounted price, and then you can sell it at market price.
You can leverage it if it's like you do not want that school. And someone
But what's happened with us in
prepared to pay a lot
Toda,
of money for it.
we got a lot of vacant sections, and we already got developers coming in wanting to buy them. So we bought the sections for about 160,000 each, but we'll get 250 for them.
But then,
Then-
the settlement doesn't actually leave the land with people indefinitely.
Well, they're giving up their land,
Certain.
but the point is that we're going to transfer the land and buy a dairy farm. That money, put it into a dairy farm, milking 1,000 cows. And so they still own the relative area of land, but they got something that's generating income.
I guess at the end of the day, then what you're saying is it basically comes down to the governance structure that you put in place.
Yeah, how good they are
Yeah.
at commercial, not like what they did
Your,
down at Taranaki where the fellow
Crown
lost $16 million.
Yeah.
One hit, because he didn't have the right structures in place. It's not going to happen. See, the thing is, when you get your PSGE, you'll have one angara like this. You'll have a boardroom and you'll sit down and you'll thrash everything out.
Strategize.
And you don't let one person run away with the claim.
Right.
You pull them back in the line all the time.
Oh, that sounds like what's happening up there.
But you could end up, I would say, from the top of my head, you could end up with a claim of about 35, 40 million for the land. But then you can get other add-ons, say another 60 or 70 million. It'll take you over 100 million. That's the sort of money you've got to be looking at. All right?
What should I ask this question, Hori? Land returned back to your control or ownership, what sort of title will you be standing with?
It'll come back in the name of the PSG. Because that PSG will represent them. If the PSG says, like Omapere, if we're going to get land somewhere around there for the compensation for Omapere, or Potu Forest, and it belongs to a particular hapu, you can transfer it to that hapu if you like. But the thing is that they may not have the management skills to manage it. So it might be best to stay in the group for a while, till everyone work their way through it. And you may, like us in Ngati Pro, stick with the PSGE rather than give it up. So we stick with Ngati Pro because we put our people on the PSGE to run it.
Is it being general land or Maori customary land or what?
Now it comes back, you can decide whether you make Maori land or general land. The option is yours. It's all clear.
What's been
The title's in your control.
Yeah.
what's been the common occurrence? What have people done?
Well, a lot of people have opted to marry land and come under the jurisdiction of marry land court. That's the worst thing you could do.
Yeah.
Because you'll
It's
have
their
land-
structure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the marry land court will be deciding in the future what you do with your land.
Sure.
Yeah,
And we don't want them. I want to get rid of them.
yeah.
Because people, you're grown up now.
Sure.
So basically, it goes in crown title, so you have the rights of
Yeah.
commercial.
But this is all the part of negotiations with the Crown.
Right.
How you negotiate the Crown, how you approach it. But most of the things that I asked for Ngati Pro, we got. Because, you know, we're talking about the very thing you're saying about structures. And how we see it. And like we got our Tipuna name put back on the different blocks and all that. You know? And that's how what you fellows should do.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
but there's provision to retitle blocks in the settlement.
Still in their name.
Yeah. So you've got to give them the names that you think they should have. And you take it off the deeds.
Oh, yeah.
Kaleda Kato, you got all the options to do that. But the main thing is that what I'm saying is like some Ben, you know, Ben Moran and that. They want to see the fruits of the work, you see. That's all they want, is to see it done, because they know it's this generation coming along,
Yeah.
and you ease them into it. But you need the old hand to steady them up.
Yeah. They haven't got that group.
So
to
what we
that.
do, we appoint a co-master council to go with this.
Yeah.
Yes. And then they can come to Whenua once a month or once every 2 months, and give them a cup of tea and that sort of thing. And talk to them. But once you get your historical claims settled like we have there, in terms of the whakapapa, it's all clear. Yeah.
How does, excuse my ignorance again, but you know, this is new to me, but I'm very kind of really interested in it. How do people get paid to do this work? I mean, I can see a lot of time and effort that goes from getting from where we are to where we've got to go.
Yeah, well,
And I'm just, you know,
well, yours truly has done it because I made a commitment to Hakapa, you know, that we will do it. But you wouldn't get anybody else to do it like that.
No,
No.
I doubt it.
No. I mean, it's cost me a lot of money, but apart from that, I get the satisfaction of seeing something happen. But once you saw me put the figure up that we would want over 2 million. You saw that figure? That's about the money we would need. We would need the Crown to give us about $1 million, and they'll pay it out in about $150,000. They'll give us milestones to achieve. That's to build up your beneficiary register. So you'll give some girls that are good on typing to build up your register, common register,
Really important.
and
Yeah.
register.
Advertise on the web.
And they'll identify their hapu in it.
Yeah.
That's it, and they identify all the whakapapa that goes with it.
The whole trip.
So that takes money. So the Crown, I would say the Crown will put in about 1.2 million. and we'd get a commitment. Once we get the mandate and sign off the deed of settlement, the Crown starts paying. And so if you get the Crown paying 1.2, and then we're asking the Crown Forest licenses, where you've had no money at all, we'd ask for about another 1.5, 1.6, at least. So that'll give you about 3.6, just under $3 million. That's your budget. Then you pick up an audit management accounting team, and they'll do all the accounts. Because you pay with the bank and pay by check, and everyone's employed by contract. and the bank, so the continuous audit on a monthly basis.
Yeah, the OTS will require that anyway.
So that's all put in place. So when you do get the claim settlement, you're ready to go. You've got a structure in place. But the Crown will fund you. And they'll pay out in about $150,000 a throat every 3 or 4 months once you've achieved this.
Yeah, because they give you've got to show progress towards certain goalposts that are traditionally identified in the OTS process.
You know, Hori, excuse me, I'm just getting a little off track again, but I want to get rid of this ngarara that's in my head. And this ngarara, I've been plagued with this word sellout. And I've been trying to determine I'm trying to visualize how was that word justified to be brought into such things as this negotiations. Now, let me say, now listening to you talk, I think a sellout is totally dependent on the end result of the negotiations.
That's right.
That's what a sellout is. If you fail not to negotiate properly, if you fail to hold your land in where your kawa and tikanga and mana of your people should be, then it's a sellout.
It's a disaster.
Disaster, yeah.
But that's the ngara I got in my head.
Yeah, well,
that's
the sellout will be.
I got in my head there.
The sellout will be if it's all one-way traffic. If the Crown determines what you want, then that's a sellout. What we're doing, we're determining what you want, which is different.
Yeah.
See, that's the difference. So you see,
I had to make some apologies when I get home.
so you come up to what you want, but I can understand where you're coming from, because you didn't know what you wanted.
Exactly.
But now you know. What
I want is what I create. Yeah? You don't think I'll kororo. Kia whakamana tia wa tātou kororo. That's and you will end up with.
And once the PSG is agreed to by the Crown, that's the end of it, because the PSG takes over. First Settlement Government's entity. Once that's signed off by the Crown, the PSG does. But before you get that, you look at where your future income is going to come from and how much you're going to get so you can budget.
So what exactly do you mean by PSG? Is that like statutory
First Settlement
body?
Government entity.
So I understand what it means, but is that by being a government entity, it means that
No, it's your entity.
you're the government or they are?
You are the entity.
Post Settlement
Governance.
Government.
Governance. I'm sorry,
Sorry.
government. I didn't hear the word.
Governance.
Right, I got it.
Governance.
Okay,
Entity. It's
sorry
nothing
about
to do
that.
with
I didn't hear the
government.
word
They're
right.
just saying,
I got you. No, I got it
govern.
completely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Post-settlement governance.
Entity.
I attended a hui in Hauraki there, and the claimants, the kaumatuas, are not happy, but they've been forced to go to settlement, whether they like it or not.
No, Hauraki hasn't.
Hasn't
They haven't
settled
reached
yet.
the Post Settlement
No.
Government entity yet.
Yeah.
They haven't. And they're going to be late along the road.
Because
And as you get a global financial crisis crashing in on the government,
Yes.
there's the kitty debts. type.
Yes.
But I
And that's a major,
Big
that
signs
could be a
of
major
it,
issue for New Zealand and Australia.
and I see that they, in the Hauraki claims, they haven't done the homework.
No.
They haven't done it.
I know.
And how do, like, for my interest in Hauraki, relying on these representatives, and it's not happening, and they're telling you to shut you down all the time?
Well,
How do you get it to them?
There's opportunities here because you're right at the beginning of making it happen now. And if you can see the road, and you know you have to attend certain meetings, and you know that you have to have your whakapapa intact and working, and you know you're going step by step. I think it's something you can feel satisfied with at the end.
Yes.
See, what's happening at Hauraki is that you're getting hapu against hapu.
Yeah.
Tearing each other apart.
Same
Word
happened up
one.
north.
Same up north.
Yep.
And but I said we did it in Ngāti Pro when I showed you how many.
Mardi Parade was incredibly factious.
Yeah.
I mean, no one ever believed they were going to ever settle. They were the worst in the country. They still are, but, you know.
We had
They
people
did.
go to the Privy Council.
Oh, to the Court of
So that
the
Linda went.
Oh, I know.
And Linda went to the Privy Council. And then she went to the Human Rights Commission.
It was
Sweden.
The Hague.
The Hague.
Hague, yeah.
And,
The Hague.
hold on.
I think it's just the confused
That was
issues.
behalf of the one whānau there. And I told him, man, you're wasting your time.
Yeah.
Wasting your time. More money.
40, the people that's at loggerheads at home are the people that's trying to drive it from different sectors. They're the ones at loggerhead. And their ignorance has gone and tarnished those who are following them. And this is where it's gone to the hapu now. See? And as George was saying, we're even frictionizing up there in our hapus.
Yeah.
And this is how it is. 99.9% of the hapu up there don't even know what the hell's going on. It's like us here. And, you know, now I sort of can see the candle. I can see the whole
Yeah.
through listening to Hori. But our 99% of our hapu are like that. They've been brainwashed by those who are misdirecting them.
Misdirecting us.
Then someone has to take the lead, start the process, and welcome the others to join.
But the beauty of what I'm saying is that when we had the hui at Hokianga, at your fellow's place up there, where the at the hotel. I said that to Rudy, we deem this to be the first mandate hui. You know, we can call it a mandate hui. Because everyone is there. And so this is the first mandate hui. And put it to the people and get it passed. She said, oh, no. Bit early. I said, man, what the hell's wrong with you? Put it as a vote, and we'd have got it.
Yeah.
That would have been meaning that the hapu, ko whakamana rātou i a rātou. They vested the authority in that hono. Then I said, then we put an ad in the paper, this ad, for the next one. And then once you advertise, if only 20 people turn up, can't be dinner.
Yeah.
Quarter to pan, yeah.
Aye.
See? And the people can say whatever, they can do whatever they like. But it's been pan wheat, and they had the opportunity to come to the wheat to voice their opposition.
Step one.
Or support.
Mandate hui.
Get the one here.
That's the first step.
You got whakamana ia kotu. That's mandate.
So if we had a...
And once you got the mandate, then you pick your mandate team,
Right.
and then they pick the negotiators.
Step one.
Yeah. You got to get step one behind you.
Yes.
And
then the negotiators all can happen at the same meeting. You can have a mandate meeting in the morning, and in the afternoon you can appoint your negotiators from the mandated representatives. Come.
So look at the process in Hauraki and up north. The government put themselves in step one first.
Yeah.
Well, I think that would encourage things.
Well, what they're saying that if you people we go to 9, what's the use of settling? No more time, isn't it?
That's right. You're right. We'll stand back.
Or the other case scenario is that the ones who are leading the charge through the iwi authorities haven't really got a tupuna on the block.
That's right.
No, they have to.
So when we were way back then, Hakoba was still fit, and I said to Rudy, Hakoba and I are going to be appointed as your mandate team first. Then we're going to pick a team to come with us. You know what I mean? And then once we know that they have the confidence to carry it in, then we'll pull out. Train someone to carry it. nothing fairer than that, than getting someone green to come in. And the secretary for the, what's his name, at the Rudang, what's his name? Little fella.
The little fella.
By name what the fuck about? Doctor, somebody around.
That's horrible.
However, yeah.
Huh?
Well, he'd never make a mandate. He couldn't negotiate a settlement. He hasn't got the abilities now. But he could follow to write the historical claim.
Yeah.
That's his job.
Very important.
See, they got this Ngapuhi entity who's going to override all the other districts.
Well, it won't work.
That's what they're doing, eh?
Trying.
Trying to.
Has it worked?
No.
No.
And it won't work either.
No. Well, there we are.
So it's back
So
to
if
scratch
you got the
one.
mandate then, you'd have been when everything was on the rise, plenty of money. And
Yeah.
Everyone was being sweet about it.
Right. So those who have got the money so far and haven't done the process properly,
no, it's been gobbled up in travel and expenses and cell phones,
Aye.
laptops and things like that.
so they would be owing that if the right process was put into place.
Well, obviously the information that the tribunal is looking for, it hasn't got to them.
Exactly. Oh wow.
Can I just ask for clarification? I might have missed this earlier on, and I apologise if it's the case. But why are Turtles' deeds and these maps so hard to find? Why are they only here?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Why are Turtles' deeds and these maps only here? Are these not court documents, or?
It's saying why deeds so hard to find.
Oh, Dad's a valuer, and he's been valuing Maori land for, dare I say,
Since 1960.
So he's the only one with all the information.
But not since 1875.
No, but
Not since 1875.
I have a degree and a master's degree in agricultural economics, and I did my thesis on Maori land tenure systems. So
And they,
between the two of us, we do quite well.
So,
Told them tell me where they came from, Regina.
Oh, where it came from?
oh,
So
It's in the journals of the house.
She lives in Paris.
Oh, right.
so if there was a leading family with big land
Smile from
interests,
everybody.
Okay. Oh, there's you guys smile.
Can you guys squish up a bit? I've got to get a little water.
you want the smile before the check or while you get the check?
We've got used to the idea we have to wait a long time for the check. But we do get the contract.
Hey, yeah.
well,
This is great. Thank you. Excellent.
So you're lucky, Cornet to good mine.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
She
Just to
goes
do
another 2 weeks with me.
Oh,
So the government does have all this information as well.
Oh yes,
Yes.
but they'll never bring it to you.
no.
No.
All right.
They'll never tell you.
No.
They're waiting to see how much you know.
So you're the golden eagle.
Eagle
Now I
eye.
know who you are. You're not Hori, you're the golden eagle.
This document is the exclusive intellectual property of HORI Evans.
Whoa.
He probably will use the power hole without his written.
See, the thing is, just while we got that up there, if you look at the crocodile right on the top,
Yeah.
and it shows the land area that they had was, oh, I got here.
Yes, I should give you a copy of that one.
Because that's an interesting table.
Sorry, it was a very old book we got this out of, so the scans were hard to make perfect. Yeah, forget it.
What I was showing using there was to illustrate a point that the land mass then, that you had the land mass, but the
You're having trouble reading it open.
What do you mean we had the land mass then? Didn't the
These
land
are
grow?
development scheme stations and farms, and
Gee.
see what I'm saying there. Area about what area?
31st of March 1938.
In 1938, in the far north they had 450,000 acres, and you go down to the South African, we only had 70,000 acres in Maori title being developed.
I see.
See how the development funds went to the north,
Yeah.
but it was under the guidance of the Native Land Board, eh? And what I'm saying is, why is it that today you fellows got virtually no land? Because the board failed in its duties,
Yeah.
whereas with us, we increased our land holdings. And that's taken from a statistical record that I've got.
Good point.
Excellent.
Good point.
So we're having a go at the contemporary side of the settlement, where the Board of Maori Affairs Native Department had let you fellows down. They just built those little box houses out of untreated timber.
And they ran huge debts,
Yeah.
which meant that gave them the right to retain the land forever and a day, and the debts got huger and
And they
huger.
sold it off.
Exactly.
And they
Well,
sold
they
it
sold it
digital.
off.
Yeah.
So that's to illustrate the point that you had the land, but it was managed by the government.
Acres
Crown
given for
agent.
development.
It-
Actually, that's a funny little thing.
And they ran it for it to fail.
Acres gazetted for development,
Oh, you found it?
850, yes I did, sorry. Entire roughly 70,000 there.
Oh, right.
And that's
Yeah.
March 1938. Okay.
What to say, the second
And then
point?
it's, the second column is area developed to March 1938, area occupied by settlers. Take off
Maori
that was
settlers.
106. And then area utilisable for further development, 211,000 acres. You have your cottages, your cow sheds, your wool sheds, etc., etc. Implement sheds, that's a top of our.
Where did you find that?
That's a good one.
Rose gave me this.
That's a good one.
Yeah, what is it? Oh, I don't know.
So that's an important table, you see.
Yeah, it is very, very important.
Entire
Because now we've got less than what you've got up there.
Yes, right.
Especially in the rural areas like where we are. Rural in every
Maori
area.
land boards, the Maori trustees, Coast
They just ran in
and
and moved
huge
around.
populations out of
You know, the old dairy farms there.
Aye.
Oh.
Yeah.
And they're still there, the old
Koe anga mama ko panga
Since
tōna
the,
te
since
Māori
the
opea.
early 50s, eh, George? It just went come and they closed down the factories, everything.
Yes,
And as we went backwards from that time.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
People are unemployed.
Aye.
Oh, no, sad. But
No,
that's
it
a
is
good
sad.
table.
It is. And I think you have to bring in, the historical account will bring in all the difficulties after World War II and the problems
Soldier
with
settlements.
the soldier settlement schemes and the consolidation schemes.
Rehab,
Maori
Pākehā was
trustees.
settled. Maori rehab, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Ora kau.
Nothing. So all that has to be brought in,
Aye.
because there were a lot of wounds there. That was horrible.
That was brought about to disassimilate the hockey, take you back into a whānau situation.
That's right.
And because of that, all the lands were cut up into strips,
Yeah,
put a whānau in each place.
that's right.
And then at a certain time, they cut the cream can and all that land's gone backwards.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
deliberately.
the structure of the governance that they forced over the Maori land that was left, because there wasn't that much left after they took
They
all
knew what
this.
they were
That's right,
doing.
yeah.
That was a
Come
clean
here.
cut, they just clean cut all that, 450,000 acres, and then they had the Maori land that was left under the jurisdiction of the Maori Land Court. And the
Right.
Maori Land Court, the way in which it was managed, you know, half the hell is paved with good intentions, but with help.
When you drive round the outer
Yeah.
Hokianga, you see the remnants of the old cow sheds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kona
The
kapa.
old bales, eh?
Yeah.
Kumahua.
Aye.
Aroha.
Yeah.
And every time there was a conflict, you'd have to pay a lawyer to go to the court, and then you'd
Yes.
have to have a decision, and that would be a process that would last 17 years.
Mm.
And of course, you cannot function that way.
No.
The government knew you couldn't function that way, so they pauperised the landowners, the Maori landowners,
Yeah.
who left inevitably because you have to live, and went to the city.
Yeah.
So
That's
you-
right. Urban migration, eh?
And that was, but this was a particularly nasty type of pushing. and
Norman actually said that in his book on the Maori Land Court, that that detribalisation was an active strategy of the government to get rid of their land and the cities.
You-
Yeah.
They document the process here.
Oh yes, 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 yes. So that goes all into the claim,
Mm.
into the historical account of the claim.
Yeah.
But we've got the identified areas back in 1857 and 1875.
So this Hokianga claim number is under Rudy and
Hako.
Haka.
though there are other claimants within the Hokianga.
Yeah, but that's what I read. They come in. I've read that.
Yes.
That's the two hono. They come in.
Mm.
See? They come in under this one umbrella.
But I don't think those other claimants knew that.
Well, I said that at Hokianga.
We can't be everywhere all the time.
Did you know that your claim number is under Rudy's number
You could
for the
come up.
Hokianga?
I knew the 1040 would end up having everyone's number.
Yeah.
Because that's
You can
how
put it
it's set
under
up
any
to be.
number at the end of the day. You know, you can say, well, the strongest number at that time was we'd done all the work.
Aye.
Yeah.
See, when I mean work, Hakopo and I went up there and we went to every marae and had a hui
Oh,
with the people, kranga hui,
Aye.
kōrero mo with the tono of the Hokianga. All through the Hokianga, went to every marae, because he knew them all, eh?
Mm.
What's the name of the incorporation up there?
Paul White.
Huh?
Paul White.
Yeah.
What?
No, incorporation.
Incorporation.
Oh,
Tuputu.
Utukura.
Utukura.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
they were
right.
very helpful. There were people there.
right. Yeah.
And there were a whole lot of dairy farms that come together. And they were all struggling. They never had any dividends. And around.
Mm-hmm.
We had a big hui with them. And they said, well, all their land gone back to Manuka, you know, Utukura. And they said that was our piece. We all put it into the incorporation. But the department failed them. you see.
Mm-hmm.
Chef Joyce was the chairman. Bob Joyce.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's why he got on to us. He said, boy, we need some help.
So,
There you are.
so to say start from step one, would you identify
I
the
remember that both there.
biggest landowners up there within the Hokianga? Back to a system.
Want to have a little snack yet? Or
Yes.
the little
Start
snack
from
yet
there,
is way
because they got the biggest interest.
A little bit more to eat. Finish it up.
All of us.
Yeah.
But it can only be who's on the
Oh.
deed, you see.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at.
Identify who's got the biggest interest in all those deeds to actually initiate.
See, but the thing is that
It's not
the
relevant.
thing is
really.
that
Not relevant.
the deeds were
No.
may have been identified for a particular purpose. It might be wahi mahituna, wahi e mara, you know, for ngā mahi pera, ne? And so, but Maori really, he covered the whole rohe,
No.
because the Hokianga was the highway.
Yeah.
People went up and down on their waka,
Yeah.
from one end to right up the rivers and down. It was the highway. It was Highway 1, State Highway. And you read the early journals where they say that the waka, when they had a hui there, there'd be 100 waka pulled up on it. So the common, there was common interest in the harbour and its precincts. You see? So I would say if we start saying this belongs to us, then you're going to polarize people. But you said, of course, at the end of the day, you're only one.
That's right. Yeah.
And how you spend your putea
Yeah.
from the Crown and look after your assets is another matter. That's a big job. That is a big job.
So it goes one hapu of Hokianga.
Yeah.
Well, there could
Oh,
be
well, that's-
there could be many hapus within.
No, it's not hapu.
Oh,
No, it's one. It's a post-settlement governance entity.
alright.
It's the thing, the organisation that runs
Who
it.
are responsible to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So within that, you identify the hapu.
Yes.
Right.
Because a lot of hapu were invented after 1840.
Yes,
Aye,
yes,
aye.
that's right. That's right.
So when you go back to the Maryland Court records with the predate 1840, they were all different names.
Now you're looking at basically the Parker version of the amalgamated huppies, what they call it incorporation, Maori incorporation. There's the whakamining o ngā hapu under that umbrella. The same could apply to Hokianga.
Yeah.
Because Hokianga's got around 50 something hapu, you know.
Right.
Could it apply for the whole
Yeah.
country?
Yeah.
Hori, oh that's right, you've just spoken about the harbour. That's one of the questions you've answered for me. Yeah,
Claimed
we
on
all have, you know, whakapapi attached together, the harbour highway I'm talking about. Man. I think our
The other thing, sorry,
our hapus are more fragmented today
than before.
Aye.
than before.
Well, this has done it, you see. Because each one thinks they're going to get the poo there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
See? But it's not going to happen.
No.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
How do you resolve that?
Well,
Well, you just start your step. Show yourself to be successful and give them a mandate. And then you have to open your hearts and ask people to join you. And if there are the hapu who whakapapa to the Hokianga, to the land, they have a right to do things. So they come in. But those with the mana will prevail.
Yes.
And I think this is important. Will prevail in the persuasion of bringing the other hapu in. Because frankly, if they rest on the outside, they have absolutely nothing to gain.
Yes.
And everything to lose.
Yes.
Because you'll just carry on your way.
yeah. You see, what I really don't like, although we argue, you know, 24/7 with Rudy, because we know Rudy well, and but the only way to get this thing going properly is to, hey, tap him on the shoulder, hey, what, tell us the story, what's going on? Well, here it is.
Yeah.
You know, we need to talk to him. We need to try and come together for real, instead of just lip wording one another.
Oh,
Right?
who's his master at the moment? Is it the Labour Party? Is it
Well,
the Māori
yeah.
Council?
yeah.
It's definitely not the whānau hapu.
No, but the claim was only half his. That's what I said. The other half is hako.
And
Yeah,
he wants
that's
something
right.
to
Yeah.
lose.
A Ben Morimama.
I mean, a
Yeah.
man who's on dialysis and says we want to
He
lose.
signed the
I want to see
thing.
this
Yeah,
done.
he signed.
Oh, but
Yeah.
never got his phone number?
Nia
Yeah.
Ricardo,
Oh, yeah.
Ben Morimama, he's in that same.
No, well he is, but hako but te whata.
Yeah.
Well, it's Kai Kōrero, Moratu. I'm sure I heard his name mentioned.
It doesn't, no, it
They
doesn't
were
matter.
hako.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He
Well,
signed,
Denmark.
he signed the claim on behalf of Y549, is it?
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
see, that's Ben.
Yeah.
he signed that one.
Oh, ko tātou katoa.
Yeah. Hako but did.
Yeah.
And then Rudy. So we listened to Rudy. He said, "I'll get mahuna money." Well, he never got to us. You see. So why, Rudy?
Yeah.
There's a lot to take in. Is that available in any way for us to?
I
You
think
can
the
get on the
OTS,
website. Eh?
Oh, it's on the website. Oh, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
OTS.
I'm quite interested in the mineral
Process, yeah.
side
minerals.
of it. And,
Well, of course, haven't talked about the minerals, eh?
yeah.
Because that's one we'll claim, and the other one is the ngafa.
Yeah.
Right.
Any generation, steam generation.
Mhm.
Because I did that for Kawarauki 200 out here.
Right.
And at Kawarau, and reclaimed the ngafa. And now they got all rights to the steam under the ground, geothermal. They've put their own geothermal generation plant. There was about 100 million for that they borrowed to build it. They got the backers. And sold the electricity to Mighty River Power. And then it's making them about 2 or 3 million a year for it.
Mm.
If you had time, I'd go in and show it to you. Big power station, steam. But they own all the energy under the ground.
Right.
They claimed it. We put it in our claim to the tribe. Kawarauki Tūwharetoa.
Yeah.
Right. Has anybody, cause I know like Naitahu got the greenstone, but has anybody overcome the
Well, this is
ground
better than
flames like
Greenstone.
all
This is
these
better than
others?
Greenstone. This, oh man, it runs the big North Scotten mill. Whole big timber mill out there's come off the Maori steam.
Right.
The
No,
Kawarau.
Right, so steam's not a mineral. What I'm asking is, has anybody ever collected anything like?
Well, yeah, you
there's a lot of,
can,
like, valuable-
you can claim one on the ground, but I think if there's Ngafa in the area, claim that,
Right.
and then go for it. But we set a pattern. Their claim was for 15 million cash. Kawaroki tu wharato. But I said to them, I found the steam bore, been put down by the Crown, been down for 50 years.
Right.
And I said, there's your father's fortune there, looking at you.
Yeah.
And I bought the block off the Crown. I bought the block 1.8 million. I paid them for 1,000 hectares. No, 500 hectares. And the Crown reckoned it was an uneconomic farming unit. So they sold it to there. So when I went over and I got the title like you had it, then I had a look. There was this cat, think about that big, sticking out the ground in the fern. Nobody knew it was there. It was an old trial steamboat put down by Hydro years and years ago.
Right.
So we took the cap off and measured the pressure. And there's thousands of tons of gas steam under there.
And
So we reclaimed the whole of the Ngafa under the ground. We supplied the mill with power.
Really?
Now Marioni, the chairman is all Schuster, Bob Schuster, the father of the footballer. Lovely man. Humble man. Yeah.
Oh, well, it'll be the same one as Ngapa there, isn't it?
Well, it's in your claim, you claim it.
See? Claim the whole
Right.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So
Then come down and we'll go for a tour and I'll show you what can be done.
there's a lot that can be done.
Yeah.
We've got a mammoth task here.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Say a Tupin is interested in Ngapuhi, and if he's got the interest in Hauraki, does the inquiry district limit
Oh, you just have to have
the
the
type?
land to which you can whakapapa in Hauraki
Right.
and create a claim there.
So it can override the inquiry district boundaries.
Well, you do, but
Limits.
you just create a hapu interest and identify your hapu interest in Hakianga. And if you are lucky
yeah.
enough,
Thing is, we concentrate on her, on
Yeah.
her,
yeah, on
on
Hakianga.
Hokianga.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Because we've done all the work.
yes.
And
Yeah.
Hakapo got all the minutes where we went to the different rides. He knows all the rides. Moody never went to one. Couldn't get out of his office.
Oh, well, o ki te anga tangata i mahi aingi nei mahi.
Well, it's all in the box. We just got to pick it up.
Yeah.
Virtually there.
Yeah.
So
See,
Kim.
what I'd get is a writer to write it all up. You see.
Oh,
Right.
I do the thinking and you, someone, tuhi. It's part of your submission, you see, to the Crown. But if we can do this to the Crown, we can make a submission like this to the Crown, and the Crown could write it up for us. And then we make all the bullet points as to what you want. As long as nobody from the background stand up and say, no, go there. We don't want any interference, you see.
No.
First thing, from my point of view, is to reaffirm Hakapo and I as the negotiators, to complete the deal. And although we are there, but what I'm saying was it's changed now. Our role has changed. We're going to move into negotiations on behalf of the mandate to give you fellows guidance to set up your mandate. And then I'll draft something up and send it to all of you fellows to have a look at. And that's the best way, because I can deal with Hakapo. I can drive through the Gisborne to see him because he can't travel there.
Aye.
Borman's brilliant, great, clever man.
Yeah.
But I think the old man was a hard man, eh?
Terrible man.
What's his name? The father. Pat the father.
Oh.
Oh, he drove those boys. Now I got to know that they were shearing on the big stations for me.
Oh, yeah.
I was running all the big stations up the coast. And the Tifala boys were shearers.
Yeah.
And the girls were frisos. Marjorie and them. One of them died, Nuki died not so long ago. Yeah. But they're all there then. And I know that Ngawal, coal, is on all that, on that land where they are running back. comes at the month. Now what? Yeah. So I said, well, you know, hang on, Jacob. Let us get hang on a while. Don't. I said, if I had a spare kidney, I'll give it to you. But I might need my own. Yeah.
I had to find him a young
But see, all his brothers in Australia, they're the Kuti Hippie.
Oh, yeah.
Victor, Samson and
Samson,
Two-Putty.
Yeah, two-putty.
Yeah.
The one-legged.
No, Two-Putty, the other one was, who was the shearer?
Sam.
Mana.
Sam and another brother was over there.
Two-putty, eh?
Yeah, Two-Putty, the
Yeah.
one with the one leg is the carver.
Right.
And Victor. Yeah. But that block of
Tautoro, down
Totoro, all through there.
Right.
There's all
Oh,
coal.
Mana,
through
mana.
Coal,
Yeah,
eh?
the mana te patamane.
Aye, aye.
Yeah.
there. That's all coal through there, underground.
Well, the up north there's that real
So it's
fine,
all around you, but it's just a matter of putting it together.
Ah,
you know, the Northland there's that real fine porcelain, the kaolin that they use in like the
Yeah,
shuttle
yeah.
tiles and stuff. Interesting minerals around up there.
So what I say to Hakover, we'll draft up some form of agreement.
ah.
You know, I like to know where I stand,
Mm.
and for him too. You know, and the other way. And he said, well, you know, I'm prepared to sign it off. I don't need Rudy to sign it. I think he's got to learn to come in, fall into line.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely fall in line. And we can't go to Sunny Po because we're going to collapse the Runanga. We're going to get rid of it, like we did for Ngati Pro. That's the thing that people from home wanted.
Yeah.
Whakakora te Runanga on Ngati Pro, and they agreed. Hapi and Maui going to agree. We'll close down. The day the minister signed, it was closed down.
Yeah.
Finished.
It became a more Maori entity.
Now here's one issue that needs to be clarified, is that the Rurunanga are using the registration of people who haven't got a claim.
That's what I mean. But you can't do that.
Exactly, and it's only the ones who've got a claim that can
Yep.
actually...
549's got a claim.
See?
Because I wrote it down. And then I got the thing back stamped by the tribunal. I did the claim.
So it's really whoever's got a number.
Yeah, the
Is-
549 is a Bonnie Party number, legitimate.
Yes.
So once you people come back and say, for Hakop and I to go under some form of agreement, we'll send it and then we'll go.
Oh, wako tautoko tēnā.
Yeah, and then we'll say to the Crown, we want to conduct our mandate tweet and to appoint negotiators, to go direct negotiations to settle. And not go through the hearing process, is a waste of time.
So you're the only person with the Y claim at the moment.
You got a Y number?
You've got a Y number.
Ah,
What's your number?
2346.
This is me.
no,
Oh,
that's
that's you.
that's
Okay,
you.
right. And your number is?
157.
157.
That's a very old name.
I think that's the one they Hori,
Yeah.
ours?
No, I think it's 1507.
155.
Oh, 1507, sorry.
1507.
And that's under Pody Harris.
That's
but
that's one.
these
usual.
these fellas are all on that
that's-
number.
Well, that's
Yeah.
enough.
It's all in, well, Pody,
150723.
Yeah, Pody, Pody,
Mm.
Harris was on that one too, eh?
yeah.
That's the pocket.
That's all you need. Plus 5459, which half is Hakop.
Mm.
All Hakop, really. Kahai.
Yeah.
You know, nane for whakapore na kids in Mama. And Bob, I can't order. I think we'll take care of Bob. Bob Joyce. Someone told me he died or something.
Ka hono kia ko matiki. Eh. A hone ono tono.
Utukura, he was the chairman.
Oh, yeah.
He lived at Auckland, eh?
Ah.
He used to ring me up all the time.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah,
the names, faces?
eh.
Namespace is sorted.
Tako mohionga ki tēnā tangata e mahi ana i te quarry pakana.
I see.
Yeah.
Bob Joyce.
No, ha.
Hakop.
Hakopa.
How would you see yourselves yourselves
Tēnā pē, rene te amo tēnā ingo.
Might be young.
Tēnā te
Well,
The sister,
done by these gentlemen here.
his mother's sister,
They take
married
my family.
Ah,
Yeah,
That's wonderful.
we were kind of like,
Yeah, the
it
three
takes
of
it
them.
in. Yeah, yeah. They dragged us along, they wanted us here next to
Oh,
here.
this is okay,
We all-
great.
Yeah.
I was wondering, you know,
We're
whether-
extended family, basically.
Okay, hapu.
We're all
yeah.
family, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying that
Yeah.
Hakopa's mother, sister married the footballers.
Oh.
Playing for the All Blacks from up there. One was a forward. Both of them were forwards.
Mm.
Ah.
How long ago?
Huh?
How long ago?
A few years ago,
Who was it, Tess? Who was it?
I'm just trying to think of their name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sims and Brooks. The Brooks.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Mrs. Brooks was a sister to Sam's, the father's mother, sister's-in-law.
All right.
I'm way the South African. Put them in Apoira.
Oh, yeah.
So when all Pat died, they all came to the Tangi. They carried Pat up the hill and buried him on the Urupa at Totoro there. Sims and Block, also the brother.
Ah,
Nice family too. They're on that road when you're going to the airport. They got a 1,000 cow farm in there, big dairy unit. The Brooks.
Just a matter of interest, Tareha from Ngātere here, he left from up there when everything disintegrated and he came down here. Is there any record of where he ended up and if he had any extra whānau down here?
No, not that I know.
No.
For all I know is that those names are all the way through the back blocks of Gisborne,
Ah, right down
right
there.
through to Aitangahauiti.
Right.
how do we feel about this hui of ours? How do we feel about what's been offered to us?
Now, this week.
Aye.
Well, we've never heard anything like this before.
No,
No.
hasn't been disclosed
The
yet.
test? Kia koe pehana ngā meni, ngā kōturi, kia koe.
Oh, tēnā kia ki tātou katoa I roto toke rau. Urehewe tātou. We have no hapu anymore. Yeah? We are now back to the whānau, individuals, just like the father.
Fair enough.
And that's a hard part. You can't speak. Like you go back.
You can't create a hapu.
You go back to your marae, that's koe ki reira, ko tō whānau na hei ki reira. That's been the separation now up there.
Disintegrated.
Now the matter of tō maha atu ngā whānau, now there's numbers now of whānau. And the other whānaus don't join in, very seldom, might be one or two representatives, that's it.
Like the Te Whata Zero whānau.
Aye, that's right. Yeah.
Aye, te wehe ngā rāti, it was orchestrated
They're
deliberately.
hanging on there much. Yeah. And the pai tēnā.
But
That's, and that's been really my belief too,
Aye,
Yeah.
deal with the living, don't worry about the dead.
yeah, exactly.
So
Intellectual
basically,
constructs like iwi sort of stuck over the top
so
of you.
basically we have to go back to the terms, you know, the paipera. 2, 3 or more, I will be with them. Or, as someone who says, we need to have 50. Yeah? And then go fight bang. Go fight rope.
You don't need big numbers.
No.
That's another thing. You might find that you might end up with 30 people, 40 people
That's right.
in the whānau,
Aye.
when they're in the hapu.
But if you
in the
have a
whānau.
motivated core group,
Yeah.
That's what's matter.
Yeah, well, that's what we need.
a
See, what do
motivated
you do there, you see?
Yeah.
What Gai Tahu did, they went and enrolled everybody,
Yeah.
put them on their roll.
Yeah.
So they boost their roll up to about 20,000,
Yeah.
so 25,000. Then all those people on the roll, when they went to pay out muni awhina ki ngā marae, they had to pay them out some kapona muni, costing them 20 million a year. Same with Tainui.
Yeah.
Eh? Because you get too top heavy and they'll run you broke.
Yes.
So what I believe in is like the ahika principle. Nā mea kei te kāinga noho mahana te whenua. Mā rātou nā kōrero tōtai.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Pēne ia mātou Ngāti Pro. If you don't live it in rohe, kāre koe whai kōrero.
that's right. Pēnā yes,
Me pēnā kōrero.
Rudy man.
Yeah.
They went to Australia to get mandate. And they
Well, he
said
had no
to
right
them,
to.
"Hokita hita."
He had no right to because he was supposed to follow the rules we set down here. I knew he had a big payout, but he didn't tell us about sending some money our way.
They don't tell you, no.
Well, and the worst part about it, that the end of there are no results.
Yeah.
See, because they haven't had the mandate. So what we're doing, if we send you this agreement, and I'll talk to Hakapa, then we can talk to the minister about allowing us to proceed with the mandate process to direct negotiate the settlement of Hokianga.
The mandate process in Treaty Waitangi Act, or is the process laid down, the mandate process?
Oh, we focus on the Act, yes, definitely. You missed what we talked about the Act this morning,
Sorry,
where the Act was breached in the interpretation of the Act. And it's quite clear. So the thing is, see, your losses came in the 1870s, which was about 40, nearly 30 years after signing the treaty. And in 1860, those ones were 20 years when Tamati Wakanene signed the deeds to Pōkaiao there, see? So what I'm saying, in the 1860s, 1865, you fellas owned all that. Then all of a sudden, bang, gone.
Yep.
So what we're saying to the Crown, because they solicited the people to sign the deeds, knowing that they were depriving the people of the heritage. In all that beautiful country, when you see all those puri trees growing in it, it's some of the best country in New Zealand. Dairy country, beautiful country. Before you get to the township area, you drop down.
You know, hori tomatu hapu, ngai tupo toko herera tu te korowai o te raroa. Straight negotiations. Hearing that our hapus are along, attached to a short biblical cord, and here's our hapu sitting under Te Rarawa claims, and I can see Te Rarawa having a short stay. Should the eventuality of what we're talking about, get up and running, hopefully in the very near future.
Starts with the mandate hui, and you put in their resolution to dissolve
Yeah.
the runanga.
We don't actually put that, strategically speaking, we can actually leave that for a while
Yep.
until we become strong.
Right, get the mandate first.
Get the mandate first. We start with
The mandate will give you the right to go to direct negotiations.
Pātai taku kia koe hori, I got a question to you. I've been ringing, not long ago I tried to call a meeting with my hapu to get my hapu to nominate the kai kōrero kaumātua, to nominate. And when we spoke to one of our rangatira, I mamai te rangatira kia, what's happened to you people? Why am I called up to be nominated by my mokopuna as a kai kōrero mo te hapu? I already got that. Why do you disrespect me? This is what he was saying. I have already the status of rangatira tanga. Why do I have to come to a meeting so you can finger point me to the position you wish me to be in? That was it. No called the hui for the map, and we've been going to our rangatira. Tautoko. Mokuneneka, after that quarter, I find it hard to call a meeting or to hapu to nominate. after that quarter was given to us. Mao ko wai koe I te tohu mai tau I me tōringa ko hau te kaumatu. I already got that. Eh?
The only reason why I've said this, at least me ata pānui ne. Even if you don't go to the meeting yourself,
Yeah.
but courts is pānui ne. And when you pānui it, you ask the Tupuni Kokiri to come and record the hui.
Yep. Just the
Right.
They record the hui and you don't do with them. And they get the agenda and they conduct the hui.
Yes.
Now, the question of Kaumatua, it goes without saying that they are Kaumatua,
Yeah.
you see. So ka whakamananga or the mandate goes to you or group, whatever it is. And then the mandate automatically covers the Kaumatua within their group.
Oh,
They're already covered.
yes.
Karaki pātea.
Under your claim and your group.
So, but the main thing is that you're able to produce to the tribunal
Mm.
the copy of your ad in the paper
Mm.
and say, there was the ad, we did it.
And
And then part of the mandate structure is that the people who are to mandate the carry the whakamana, okay, other the mana, the whakamana, the claim. That's what mandate means. We here they are, here their names. Finished. No argument about it. And so when you're mandated, then ko tofu nge koto. And then you have your Kaumatu there supporting it. You see, yeah. And that's the beauty. And then you have a meeting and you say, well, we want to go to the minister, we are appealing to the minister, we're going to have a direct negotiation. That's what I did. And the minister wrote back and said, well, kei te whakaia, but make sure you get the good negotiators to proceed with the claim. And that's a sign-off. And that's what you want, which you haven't got. So our job, like with Harkov and myself, is to train someone to come on.
Aye, aye.
Because the mandate could run for a couple of years. And not only that, the people who are doing it will become part of the PSG. And of course they understand how you reach your claim.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't matter where the Crown, if I'm here, the Crown will fly and come and see me to discuss the mandate, or go see Harkov. They'll go to him and see him in Gisborne to discuss negotiations, and they'll produce the papers. Like all, see, we will demand, like in those papers, all the state housing in Gisborne. We ask the Crown to produce that. We ask the Crown to produce all the Crown assets in the Rohe, and they'll do it.
And they have to do it.
Because we got the mandate to secure it. You don't have to find it. And we want the assets in relation to the conservation estate. You'd be amazed at what they sit on. So there's a declaration from the Crown. So once you got that, then you'll find this interesting things. Land Corp farms that they've got. Farms run by MEF, Ministry of Ag and Fisheries. Abandoned horse paddocks that have been used by the council. There's never no title transferred from way back. Horse paddocks and cow paddocks belonging to roadmen. All that'll come back. They'll declare all that. Roads that have been closed and no longer used, reinvested back in the Transit New Zealand. Everything will be disclosed. But we have the power to ask for it because we know what the hell we want.
Is there a conflict of interest of land holdings that have been held by a Māori trustee and under the Māori Council
The same
in
thing.
regards to...
Same thing, yeah.
So that's the conflict of interest I believe that's happening, is that these claims are being pushed by the Māori Council.
Don't we? We don't.
Yeah, but the Maori
They
Council,
can do their own thing.
the harder you can kick them down the road, the better.
That's why things ain't moving.
Get rid of them.
Of course, man.
That's right.
See, now in that claim of mine was the potus. The potus no hoto.
Aye. Poto.
No potu ka moe na wahine piki whanau tēra ka wharekahika. Taha te wahine. Ka whiwhi rātou whenua nei ko hoia, the whenua. is about 5,000 acres. So when the First World War, pātai apirana kia rātou me huatu mona hoia. Nā rawa e puta mai te whenua, me haere te awhi, the battalion, te rawa, like a soldier's farm. They call it, so they call it hoia. But the Potu family owned it. Right? 1964, 64, 65, 68, it had a debt of $70,000 on the land. So the Maori trustee, Tamati Reedy and them went in and paid the debt off and took the farm and put it under the runanga on Ngāti Pro. Asset for Ngāti Pro. And they put 600 acres in pines on the block. And it's still there, Hoya Station. So I come along and I say to the tribunal, I'm claiming Hoya back. The Maori trustee had no right to take it off the owners. And the owners, people who own that land are still walking around the Potu. There were a lot of them down bluff. By the freezing works, Ocean Beach. But they're phenomenal mata, war cousins. So they took my wine number and it's in that book, Hoya Station. So Wapi Bahuga and Tamati Reedy said to me, oh boy, you're a bit tough on us. I said, Ben, whānau kutunu tēnā.
Took it off the rest of the
So they never challenged me. They never challenged me to get it back. So the tribunals agreed that it comes back under my claim. But I said in their presentations to the tribunal that any benefits out of the land goes to the Potu family. Finish. We'll look after and manage it for them. There's a case, you see.
See the same thing, Whenua Kiti, under the Māori Council, Māori trustee, they're holding on to a lot of land that
Well, we're going
belongs
to
to
do
the
the same thing.
whānau.
Kick them out.
That's right.
Put it back in the hands of people that don't.
Wow.
You will have the management structure in place.
Be able to
Yes, John
Tū koe
McIntyre.
nā no tēnei, nā koe o tēnā.
He's the one that's
Mumma.
pushing Hora,
So you got a big job when you fellas get back.
and he's part of that.
But you know, you're going back. You ko kite koto, ahua koto, ne?
Tōna rako, māranga
That
te
changes
kua rahi
everything.
ai.
All
Certainly
kinds of-
changes a lot of things. Well,
Yeah.
you know, it's up to us to get our people to bloody give them there.
Well, you don't need a lot of them. That's what he's saying.
perhaps absolutely all you need is a time, a place, and
Whaka,
the information going out there saying
we
be
do.
there. If you're not there,
We're always there.
And you only need claimants. Claimants.
Claimants.
A
So
number.
you're in a
Actively
strong position.
gone out and said our rights have been transgressed and we want justice. And it's in the Hoki Act.
Thank you very much. It's been very enlightening.
So we can talk through
Where
email.
to from here, Cass? Where to from here?
Talk through email, and we'll talk through Skype.
That's right.
And when you have your first Band-Aid hui, I'll go representing Hakoba and mine. And explain.
Mandate we with the relatives of those names up there.
Yeah.
Yep. Any, if you can whakapapa to any tupuna on those, any of those titles. Deeds.
I really appreciate, George, if we can have a copy of those names.
Yeah, I will.
Myself,
I'll send them. I'll email them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all on the email, so we'll just email them across to you.
Because, yeah, I like to know who I'm talking to.
Yeah, I will email them.
Sure.
That's the least I can do. All right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Pātai anō, are pātai.
Tēnei tūke, Reo tēnei o te taitokera e kōrero nei kia tātou. Raka hone rana kia kōrua, i ho mai kōrua e o kōrero wahanga. E i whakamara mai e tai o ngā kōrero e rapua nei e mātou. Kia ki te ai te ara tika. Mō te whakaunga tanga te tokerau. Ara e pānaho ki a hoki. Kei hea tātou ki runga i te whenua nei o Maui a Tāra. E pāna tētai ki tētai. A koa me mei te raki koe, a te hiku rāta. E kone i tātou ka tauna hona. I te ahuatanga o tō tātou ahua, wehewehe o ngā hapu. E tau ngā mo te nā i tuka moe rātu ki a tātou. He mea he kai tēki kia tika ai tō tātou kai tēki tanga i runga i te whenua putanga. O tēnei he whakahono kia kōrua, a kia koe me te rangatira o ngā kōrero puta mai a koe. Tā kōrero i nāni a mātou a toko waru a toko whitu noho nei, i rere kea na mātou. Ngare, a te wā, e hui hui e na mātou, te whaka hui hui ngā kōrero kata. Kia kawa i me pēnei rā te kōrero i tērā, Ngapuhi ko whaurau. Nā, kia purua ngā ko haukato. Nā koe a tēnei mātou, nā tō mātou tino whakapono. A te wāhi koe mātou, e haere na mātou i tuko tahi. Rā koe tērā tō mātou hinera o mātou he mātou ngā. Reira, we'd like to thank you very much for receiving us. For nei ka kōrua ngā tahi. And as I said to you, we're all individuals. And we're not with any ruling or anything like that. So we don't have funding from funds from anywhere else. O tēnei ngā mātou, nā, tēnei he. Wāhi kuha tā mātou kia koe, tā mātou toko ono nei, kia koe. No, pēna tēnā, no, mi waho mai ki kone, te mea tika, kia koe tau tēnā. Whanohe, whakahonga kia koe te whanaunga tanga. Kia pai hei tō tātou, i roto, ka ranga era roto o tātou mākau. Kia hau ai te torongo tika ki roto i te hounu tanga tātou kūpa. Ki nei tātou. Tō tātou pūmuatanga, ko tō tātou huna, tātou whenu. Weira, reira, pēnei anō kōrero. Thank you very much. Kōrua for this honour, for receiving us all this time. Kua mea pēnā nā. Kua te rere ke o mātou whakaaro, a te wā, ko tui e mātou, kia putahi. Nā pēnei mai nei tō kōrero, a te wā pēr, ho mai koe ki rere ki te. Kia tino ngā ke tō a mātou katoa ka rera hui no, a mana ki tama kia kōrua, a kia tātou katoa, kia pai e uko mā te hāre i te hora i te kāinga. Rera te nā kūtu i te nā kūtu. Hare te mea kua rena tēnei i te wai e tāngari i te kaua ngā ho rairi, kautaranga tika e wai e kāna. Kia kāte.
Wala tēnei kei runga. E runga ka nei ngā kōrero tēnei a mātou rangatira ki te tautoko atu. E te rangatira hori. Kia koe te tuahine. O enei manaki tanga ki mai ki wainganui a mātou. Ko ronga tēnei, ko ki te atu nei. Kei hea te huarahi tūturu mō mātou ai haerei. Ara koe e tēnei ki te tautoke. E hango mahi. Mo hoki anga. Te rangatira hori. Kei a koe tēnā. Tautoko nau i ngā mahi ko te mahi e koe mō mātou. Hono ko kone. Hoku pēr mātou. Nā, ko tautoko tia. Ko koe te kai whakahaere ngā mahi e neki. Tā reira huri noi tō tātou whānau ko neki. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora mai nora tātou. Nā rere mihe tōne ki te whare. Mihi ana ki te whaia wahine noho maina, ngā reira, tēnā koe kui. Tēnā koe hori, te rangatira. Today, we've been absolutely appraised by you allowing our presence here before you, George. You have been a talking point for us and quite a worry, because today we weren't sure what the outcome was going to be. And when you're a blind man looking in the dark, what other results you're going to come up with in the mind? Now then, I must thank our whānau here. These fellows have been dedicated to the cause. They are, to me, they're spiritually, they're spiritually connected to what we're doing. And that's why we have with Nelson and these fellows, no animosity. Today we are in our collective, coming from all different directions and thought. We, as Tass was saying, we're going to go back with one thing in mind, is to be solidly one. And you will get a phone call. And hopefully that phone call will say, kia ora hori, get your act together. Nā reira, I roto I tēnā e hori, e mihi e tono kia kourua. E whakawhiki ana I tō koutou nei aroha, kia mātunu o te tai tukarau. Nā reira, kia tātu katoa e noho nei, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai nora tātu. Thank you.
Nā, kia ora tātou. Nā te wāe taanga mai hākopo ki au. Tā ke no ana I Rotorua. Ronga tu pāte te mai te wāe. Kai tūranga ke no ana nai. Tā tono te mahi. Tono tāne he roea mahi ana mo nā kōchi. I tūranga. Wahine tāne o te no tūranga. O tō kia wau. Tono pātai mai me noho tonu taha ia kōtou ke kahata hai. Ke youth, te kōrero nei. No reira, kōrero ki tuku te mahine, lapaina nā kōrero I the computer, nā hard drive. Kai reira kato. Ka no ke ngau. Hunga tērā ahuatanga, kai te pai. Wai mai kōtou, kōrero ke tuku tangata I tūranga. Kei te pai te haere. Karau te kōrero he mo Rudy e ngari. Te ahone ko pōpeteni tono kaha. Tono mo te mahindei. Ko ware e nā kaupapa I takotungi e reira. Nō re, herungan tērā ahuatanga. Ha me hoki pai rā kōtou. Mā taringa te atua kōtou arahi ki te kāinga. Nō reira, tau te ata whai o ihu kai chirumi a tātou katoa. Me te aroho te atua. Me white whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tātou. Ake tonu. Amen. Kia ora.
Thank you, Hori. Oh, that's all right. You have anything to say?
Oh, I would say thank you
Sorry.
so much. Yeah, thank my uncles for bringing me along, allowing me to help out with this. But really, very lovely meeting both of you, and I've learned quite a bit, and I just really appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and I hope I can be of some benefit in helping you talk all this out. Yeah.
There you go. How do you do?
Okay.
Oh. Good meeting. Thank you so much. And you were fountain of knowledge. I'd love to talk to you some more sometime.
Kia ora. Pai tā haere.
Yeah, I have a different perspective.
Come on, we'll have a little. Get some gravy.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
You come and talk to my family down here, tell them I was here.
We promise.
You find that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Holly.
Very good.
Have to go and ever read Celtics or something.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's